Ladies and gentlemen, live from Atwater Village, it's Trevor Wesley in Iconoclast Music. We're live. What up, Skip McBurney?
Skip, you better call Skip.
Thank you for reposting, Skip.
Well, thanks, Skip. We're here.
Alright. What's up, everybody?
Can we just set up a little set? We don't really know what we're doing. We're here.
They were asking, who's that on drums? Who is that on drums?
It's me. It's Anthony.
It's Anthony.
His homies call him Tony, huh?
Tony. What's your social media page, Anthony, for everybody who's not familiar?
Iconoclast Music. It's just the artist page.
Iconoclast.
Let me turn this off.
Do you do recordings?
I do. I have recorded. I like to do rap, but I also obviously play a little bit of.
Have you ever sent me anything?
I might have.
I don't
might
know,
have.
because I'm trying to remember. I get people send me stuff, and can't remember everything, but
When I first
I don't know if
heard
you've
you-
sent me a rap or anything like
You
that.
reminded me of Atmosphere, a slug. It gives me
Yeah, you sent me some links and stuff, and I checked it out. Yeah.
Do you are familiar with Atmosphere?
No.
It's dude from Minnesota.
I think
Minnesota.
after you showed me, then I like kind of checked him out and stuff, and I've heard of him. Like I know of him in the rap world, but I have my people I listen to, and then when people show me, then I gravitate to what I gravitate to.
Crap. Unprepared out here.
Sorry, buddy. Technical difficulties.
No,
Let me see who's in the chat.
I just needed to make sure this was
Oh yeah,
clear.
you should switch it to live chat, not a top chat.
Is that what it is?
It used to, every screen they can switch it. Let me fix this real quick.
You know how to do that?
I already did it, yeah. But for everyone at home, let me straighten it out.
Tell them to do it.
Yeah, so when they're watching it on their own TV screens, they can see the live chat. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see who's here. So we got Corn Pop, Pussycat, Dog Lover, Skip McBurney finally made it in. He said, "What up, Trevor? Just posted tonight's show
What up, Skip?
on his Facebook."
The first time I ever heard of Skip, I heard the phone call. I don't know if it was his first time calling Jesse or whatever. He said he's overcoming a lot of things, and he realized because he was living in an abandoned house or some kind
I
of.
remember that story.
And he was taking baths in a kiddie pool, but his accent
Crazy
and the way
stuff.
his voice was, it was just funny. And it was unfortunate, but he had a good attitude about it. At first, I thought it was a prank call. I thought it was something. It was like, yeah, Jesse, I've been taking baths in this little kiddie pool here. Dying laughing, but it seems like he's come a long way, man.
It was one of the most honest calls in like you said, he was describing such difficult times, but just such a good attitude about it.
Yeah, that's why I thought it wasn't real. I was like, who's this guy?
Right, like who has that type of attitude?
Exactly.
In these situations?
It's just amazing. Who else we got? Raymond 11. Niner 3000. Thank you. Talking about chicken bones for some reason. Corn Pop, of course, Mr. Corn Pop.
Like the real one from Joe
Yeah,
Biden.
he's a bad dude.
Joe Biden era.
That's right. The one and only Corn Pop, Mr. Mean. And what the? Skip McBurney says Rock and Roll lost one of their best today. Little Richard died.
Oh yeah, I seen that. That's
What? He was rainbow. He was as colorful as a $3 bill, but yeah, he was as gay as a $3 bill. But
My parents, I never grew up listening to Prince, and then when I found out about Prince, and I asked them, I was like, "How come you guys never played any Prince stuff?" They said, "Oh, that guy is like, because he's trying to be Little Richard." I was just remembered that.
Little Richard was amazing.
They didn't know.
Sponge Ship Fun Ship says, I'm in need. I'm trying to raise money for meds. If you can help, donate to me via Cash App. I don't know about that. Sounds a little
I
fishy.
need meds too, man.
Yeah, we all need meds.
We all need meds. Metaphysically speaking.
Yeah.
If you want to call in, it's 818-308-5559. Yeah. That's why he's here.
Corn Pops in ATL. Little Richard was from Macon, Georgia.
Macon? Georgia?
Unknown
Oh, we
caller.
got a call.
Already.
Nice.
Call from. To accept, press.
To accept.
Hello, you're on the air.
Oh, did it end? Why did that happen?
Someone's got bad reception.
Obama phone.
Obama phone.
I think people just call in to make him keep getting up.
Yeah, just trolling.
We gotta figure out a Bluetooth way to answer the phone or do something.
Live stream calisthenics.
Is that a thing? Or is that just a saying?
No, it's what they're making him do.
Maybe I just don't know what calisthenics is.
It's what, body weight workouts?
Exercise.
Yeah.
Make you get up and down.
The gym guys and then me.
Unknown caller.
Alright, I almost don't want to get up to pick this up. It's Florida.
Same person.
Call from.
Same person. Oh, paramedic.
Press 1.
Paramedic?
Yeah. What's up, paramedic?
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
Long time no hear.
Are you a real paramedic?
No.
You're like, no, I saw a pair of medics and I wished them well. What's the word?
How's everything going over there on y'all's coast? I'm on the East Coast.
This is nice.
Our coast is, I mean, I try to just be well wherever I'm at, but I mean, the world is nuts. Definitely LA is insane, but what can you do?
Yeah, all the beaches are opened up over here, and life's resuming.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know. Here, I saw some meme or some picture of some guy that put like a scarecrow person fishing at the beach, and the cops came to tell him that he gotta leave. There was like these pictures of these 3 cops behind him, and then it revealed he was a scarecrow. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. I agree with those pranks. They should be done more often.
Yeah, people need to lighten
Yeah.
up. So yeah,
Hey,
what's that?
I guess it's the Google connection, but I can barely hear y'all.
Really?
So
Huh?
yeah.
It's the first time we've had that happen. Oops.
Yeah, maybe it's the connection, because, I mean, normally it's okay. We are sitting away from the phone, but
Yeah, no, I hear you, but
it's not as
it's
good.
a little tough. But
I'll try to speak up.
Project.
Use
So-
your outside voice.
Anything you on your mind, bro?
Not in particular. I was just calling to say what's up. I saw that y'all were on, and I hadn't been able to catch you in a while. How is the channel going? Are y'all growing? Getting more calls?
It's going, yeah. We're I think the key would be consistency. We gotta just keep doing it, and it's nice to have a specific time. We gotta come on, and I think that's what's gonna be the key. And people like Skip that share it, tell their friends about it, and I mean, at the end of the day, quality over quantity. I think the people that we do have right now, I have a good time. I like to, the whole point of it is to have a little, community of people we can talk, and people don't get angry. You can disagree, like whatever. A lot of people are afraid to talk about things, so we just want to make it light again to talk about whatever.
Right.
Up.
Are you talking about Skip McKinley?
Skip
McBurney?
Damn you, Skip! Only thing you ever did was make a hot daughter. Skip.
I forget whatever that was though. I think it was some sort of sports ESPN podcast. There you go, Skip. It's my favorite bit in the world, just the way he says it.
Well, I'm saying that
we're
from
all so simple.
what's that from? Talladega Nights, where they're at dinner. He's like, "Damn you, Skip! You're just a bag of bones."
No, not that. Not from that. I don't quite recall. No, it was
Come save the day.
someone
text,
someone
"Where's
high
this
up in
from?"
government, and it was really awesome because he was so clueless.
So where on the East Coast are you?
Florida man.
Oh, nice.
Florida, man.
Gator Town.
Actually, I'd say more shark. And I've been surfing for like 15 years. And I guess y'all over there, y'all have some nasty sharks too. But I had recently moved. And I used to never be worried about them. However, quite consistently, I've been seeing like a 14-footer.
Yeah.
A 14-foot shark?
Yeah, and I've been trying to figure out what it is. I don't think it's a tiger shark, and I don't think that it's a white shark. Y'all would know it as a great white shark. I think it's a nasty bull shark.
A great white
Because
shark.
of its dorsal fin. Yeah.
Bull shark aren't bull sharks pretty they're like aggressive like tiger sharks, aren't they?
Well, tiger sharks are like, they eat turtles and stuff. Like, bull sharks will bite you just 'cause.
Tiger sharks.
Yeah, bull sharks have a bad attitude.
Bullshit.
Bull shark.
Bull shark.
Yeah.
Were you out in
Yeah,
Florida? Were you in Florida when they were? You remember the whole bath salt epidemic when supposedly some guy ate someone's face?
Oh yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, actually, that wasn't bath salt. They tested him, and that was down south in, the hellhole that is southern Florida, and he only popped positive for marijuana.
Weird. So he was just hungry.
He had a bad case of
Yeah,
allergies.
well, you know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Yeah.
Marijuana.
He had the munchies and wanted face, I guess.
Came face to face with reality.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah, that's weird. They didn't close the country down for that.
Yeah, no, yeah.
I thought there
lot of
like with this
drugs.
virus that people would be eating face or be more zombies. I got my knives prepared. The heck, man.
Quite a few of them.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any knives?
Yeah, I do.
Trevor, you're a good
Okay.
man, but if things got that serious, I wouldn't want you on my side.
You wouldn't want him on your side?
No man is good. Only God is good.
You're a well man, but I wouldn't want to have to fight a battle with you.
Yeah, I don't want to be in any battles, but I got to be prepared. You know what I mean?
He's got strong hands. He's got those piano hands.
It's
You
only
keep
my
your
switch
knife.
hitter hand.
Yeah. Well, what's been going on with y'all? How are things going over there?
Things are going.
Just enjoying this privilege that I apparently can't seem to find.
Yeah.
What are you? Are you? I know you're a human being, but what's your ethnicity? You sound like you're white.
I'm American.
Oh, nice. But
Ain't
that's
got
not
the background.
nationality. What's your ethnicity?
I don't know. My grandfather was from Wisconsin, and my grandmother was from New York, so whatever that makes me.
Sleaze.
It makes you a Wisconsinite New Yorker.
A new Wisconsinian. I don't know.
Yeah, and then
That's cool.
yeah.
No, I do agree though. I think people should just identify as American, and but I know a lot of people that grew up with particular cultures. They have pride in it, and they are they identify who they are from their culture. And I personally didn't grow up with that, so I don't understand it. I don't claim to have people. I hear people say my people, but I don't have my people are people that want to do what's right in life and have that aren't angry and have good spirit. But that's about it. They could be Asian, black, white, Indian, Japanese.
Hey, did y'all see the Fallen State, the new one that came out yesterday?
With that Afro Latina?
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
I heard about it.
How was it?
Oh. Well, that's too bad, because that's kind of what I was going to say.
Talk about it.
Yeah,
What's going on?
like, she, is evil.
Oh damn.
Heck yeah, she is. I heard Jesse was saying wasn't she advocating like white people deserve what they get, and whenever they get killed, it's like a good thing.
I don't know about all that. I actually, watched only half of it, and then, couldn't do it. I even was talking to myself.
Dang, really?
With
You shut it
that,
off?
Yeah, I said, Jesse, I can't do this anymore, brother, and I had to turn it off.
Damn. Now I want to watch it.
Yeah, I don't know, y'all can,
We have permission? No. Well, yeah, interesting, man. I don't know. There's people that are angry on all sides of all corners of the room. Like this guy back here, he's pissed.
anger,
I have an angry face.
anger is,
Just, it's more serious.
I don't know. I don't get the vibes.
Yeah,
A
I
serious
can hear
wrestling
y'all.
face.
Serious wrestling face. So are you married? You live with your mother? What's the word?
no, I was fortunate to, have, sex out of wedlock, and I had a son when I was 16 years old.
Oh, damn. So how old is your child now?
He will be 13 this month.
Damn.
Wow.
So only 5 more years. You're in the clear.
Yeah.
Potentially.
You don't see it that way when you get through it all. And it was a whole bunch of mess.
Yeah.
If anyone is listening, don't have sex out of wedlock.
So did you catch hell? Was it different before you had a kid with your lady, the mother, and then afterwards did she?
Oh yeah.
Did she try to turn you
The
against
whole
the
life?
child?
Yeah, the whole life was hell. Beta father, beta mom, and then we had to go to court. All of it.
Dang.
Yep.
I keep hearing about Florida too, that a lot of women who, want to take the father away from the child, they move to Florida. Something about some law. You know anything about that?
I wouldn't say that it's particular to Florida. I'd say just everywhere is hell with all of it.
But I heard that Florida in particular is they cater to. There's some law that allows, they want the child to be with the woman in some way. I don't remember, but I remember hearing it from a few people.
Yeah, they say that. All the people that complain about that are just pussies.
Pussycats.
Yeah, they just, yeah.
Well, damn, man. So, do you still deal with her now? Do you have to set what the courts decide? You can see him a certain amount of days of the month or weeks? How often do you get to see him?
No, behind a long time ago, and her and I were able to work it all out. So I dropped him off last night, and you know, tomorrow's Mother's Day, so that's why. And you know, I'll get him now that you know all of our kids are. Or I guess y'all don't have children, but everyone who has kids is out of school, so he'll be over there for a week, and I'll get him for another couple more weeks.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine it would be tough, man. But at the same time, I know that if you do it right, you know, having a kid and creating another human being kind of would put some sort of spark in you to, you know, have more responsibility than yourself, and kind of probably put a fire in you. Did that happen with you?
I guess the thing that I would say is that it comes natural.
That's how he was created.
Yeah, not in God's eye, but it was natural.
Yeah.
You know?
Well.
Hey, Anthony, you got any questions for paramedic here? Anything?
Sure.
What's on your mind?
What's the temperature out there right now, dude?
I'd say it's like 70, and then the wind chill, I'd bring it down to like 66.
But isn't it like mad humid out there?
Yeah.
Isn't it pretty humid out there?
No.
Really?
We're getting the front right now. It's I'm on the ocean, but it's still dry.
Well, I went to Miami a couple of times, and when I went out there, I remember I had a shirt I pulled out of my suitcase, and it was all wrinkled, and I didn't have any way to iron it. And like 5 minutes outside, it was perfect. That was one good thing.
Yeah.
What's like a good time to go out there? Like if you want to go to like Disney World or something. I'm actually planning on going out there pretty soon. I have tickets, but just for my knowledge, I assume the summer is probably a bad time. But like, what would you recommend?
I brought my son to Disney World a couple times when he was younger, and we did SeaWorld too. It's changed a whole bunch. It's pretty terrible, like, all the time.
Marijuana.
Except for right now.
There's nothing pleasant about it. Like, they want $40 to park, and yeah.
No, but I meant
I don't know.
like on the temperature side of things, like, or just like the season. What's a good season? Like, obviously you're gonna spend a grip load of money. That's off the top.
Yeah. Nope. November to like late February. Other than that, I'd stay away.
Yeah. That's what I figured.
Yeah. And I guess some people think, like, I remember, like, I grew up going to Disneyland, so I really like Disneyland, just the nostalgia of going. But, like, we'd want to go on, like, a rainy day or something, because it's like, well, there won't be as many lines, there won't be that many people, you know?
Yeah, no, that's all BS. Yeah, everyone, the entire planet, like, comes here to do that.
I don't know.
It's pretty
Here,
terrible.
Like, if you go to like Magic Mountain, I always learned that if you go like on New Year's Day, because you have the Rose Parade on the same day, mainly everybody's there. So if you go on New Year's Day, like the lines are just, I mean,
There's such a difference between Disneyland and Magic Mountain, because, I mean, yeah, Magic Mountain has these roller coasters, more intense rides, but just the trash on the ground, the kind of the vibe of people that it attracts. It's like a lot of kind of gang kind of people there. It's like, you know, graffiti in the bathrooms. But Disneyland is like there's not gum on the ground. There's nothing, and it smells like churros and cotton candy. It's just like, even just being there, you know, like you could tell that they. I guess that you could see why it costs so much more to go to Disneyland than it costs to go to. Remember that fight that happened at Disneyland? Did you ever see that video? There's like some ghetto fight at Disneyland.
That was wild.
That's crazy, man.
Wasn't there like a grandma that like was trying to run over somebody?
Yeah.
She had like an electric wheelchair and was like trying to run her over.
What's going on in the chat?
We got Queen Butterfly dropped in. Skip
up,
McBurney. Skip McBurney was. I had to go wrench a few guys, so I wrenched Matt, Skip, and
Oh, nice. Oh, like moderators.
yeah. And
Yeah.
Skip is now drunk with power.
Yeah.
Well, those are guys that we can trust
Yeah.
until it's revealed otherwise.
Queen Butterfly was timed out for corn pop. You gotta be nicer. She thought, oh no, we can't. We gotta have freedom of speech. We gotta untime that woman.
Yeah, Queen Butterfly is good peeps.
She's good people. But I respect the firmness of your decision, but untime that woman.
It's Queen Butterfly, not Quang Butterfly.
At least she's not a queen.
Who that?
That's Lin Chen with a super chat.
Lin Chen, that's our guy.
He wants to know, does the paramedic know giant robot lives matter? Does he dream of giant robots? He supports the German and Does he support the German and Japanese bloodlines that engineer robots?
Lin Chen. Lin Chen with the super chat, always donating to. Thank you. It's like he likes robots, so I had to make a robot song.
You still there, Para?
I'm so late.
I'm here.
So what do you think? Do you know that giant robot lives matter?
That sounds quite silly.
There's nothing silly about giant robots, my friend.
I mean,
guess, right?
It's those midget robots that are silly.
you guys follow that Beeple dude? The one,
People crap.
yeah, the one that like always does those
Those
illustrations.
crazy animated Trump stuff. And,
Yeah.
like, you know?
Half of the
I've
things are
seen
like
it.
naked or like.
Yeah, just like dark, weird stuff.
It's interesting though.
It's
Hey,
interesting.
Kind of
Yeah.
reminds me of.
I know what I want to ask.
Shoot.
Are the drugs as bad there as they are here in Florida, as well as the homeless?
Are the drugs as bad here?
Yeah, and the homeless people.
Or the drug use?
Yeah, it's bad here.
Yeah.
For sure.
How bad is it out there? Like, what do you consider bad?
There are people walking around and they look like zombies.
About
Yeah,
the-
I got that here too. He lives about an hour and a half, 2 hours away, and from Riverside, right? Kind of
Yeah,
near there.
Riverside County.
Riverside, mother. But over
Break yourself,
here, like especially where I live, it's like, I mean, all over LA, there's definitely some zombies everywhere. There's people, you can see people just taking craps in plain sight. And I live along the LA River, and the homeless people have made like kind of little neighborhoods with tents and stuff there. And I'm always getting notifications on my Citizen app about, you know, held at gunpoint and theft and kind of things. And they've been lighting things on fire, like trash cans. And I just got a notification that a building was lit up in fire. And it's pretty weird, man. I definitely have to be like very aware and, you know, my surroundings when I go for walks, because I like to walk. There's a bike path, but it's yeah, I'm definitely like not afraid, but just alert, ready to stab.
Yeah, I hear you on that. It's crazy because that's not how it is here. You know, you have I'd say 1 or 2 out of every 10,000 that are like that. But sounds like it's really terrible with all you know, the policies going on over there.
I see a lot of people
that
with
sound like
people talking to themselves,
like
like walking around, like, you know, fighting the air. I think it's like, you know, you think everyone's lying. If you are honest, you wear your heart on your sleeve, and you get taken advantage of. Sometimes you could or could not, but like people don't know what homeless people like that on drugs and stuff are capable of. You never know, like, you know, like what they're gonna do, and so it's like a lot of people out here too. Just they just feel bad for them. They're just like, oh, they can't help themselves. They're homeless. When I'm like, man, like everybody gets what they deserve in a sense in their life based off of, you know, sure we were raised. You know, how we're raised is definitive in what shapes us, once you become an adult, it's like you until you take accountability for the actions and decisions you've made in your life, you can't, ever grow out of it or anything like that. And if we continue to just feel sorry for them and give them money and, always be a helping hand, they'll never want to, hit that bottom to where they have to do something about it for themselves.
Yeah, I like what Jesse said. I don't think there is any bottom. And I think y'all's politicians over there are preventing them on top of what he said. And I think things are going to get really bad over there in California before they get even minutely better.
It's unfortunate because there's like there's no teeth to the law. Like a lot of the laws currently are now, as far as like drugs are concerned, are, it's basically a citation, if anything, and they just kind of walk away scot-free. So then they go and just keep doing drugs. And I'm not saying like just lock everybody up. I'm saying I think it depends on case by case and what type of drugs are being used.
Did you hear about what's happening in San Francisco right now? They got they're putting homeless people up in hotels and funding with our tax dollars them to have the drugs that they need.
Mm-hmm.
So they're living the life on our money.
I wouldn't say that they're living the life. I'd say that they're being used as a bludgeon against if there's anybody left with any morality in San Francisco, they're being set up to use against them.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking advantage of these people. They're obviously not. They're not doing
Correct.
well. They're not doing well in life.
They're going to use them as the hammer to destroy whatever small remnants were left.
It's the same thing as with this recent issue with Ahmaud Arbery and every other media hype thing where they make it about race. Those who understand communist tactics, whether they believe in it or not, it's a real thing. Well, whatever you want to call it. It's just basically, to me, it's good and evil. So there are evil people who understand the mechanics of society and human psychology.
Manipulation.
Yeah, and they know that if you can rile up a minority group and get that underdog feeling in people, they can use that as a battering ram.
They've been doing it since they've inserted themselves into all of United States politics.
Yeah, it's
like,
pretty.
They have
insane.
they have names. Like, we know who these people are.
Yeah, I noticed like with that Ahmaud case, it's unfortunate that happened, but it happened 2 months ago, and people aren't just posting about the case itself. They're identifying with it. They're talking about themselves and how they relate to it. That they're afraid to go outside because they, white people might kill them or the cops might kill them or something like that. And it just, if you look up any kind of statistics and stuff, that's not really the case.
Hey, if I may interject, do y'all know who Colin Flaherty is, by chance?
Colin Flaherty?
Sounds familiar.
Is that an actor?
Yeah, he's Colin Flaherty. He's one of Jesse's friends.
Huh.
Sounds familiar.
I thought that it sounds like an actor, somebody, some personality.
What about him?
Well, he was sick in the hospital for a little bit, but it's anyways. Long story short, he had been sick in the hospital and he was able to come out. And if I'm not mistaken, this Ahmed, whatever his name was a story that had happened in Brunswick, Georgia. And 7 years ago, in 2013, there was these two youths, we'll call them, and some white woman decided that it was going to be okay to go walk through the ghetto in Brunswick, Georgia, in a stroller with her child. And she got jumped by two of these youths, and they pointed a gun at her face, and they wanted her money, and then they said, "We want your money." And they counted down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then they shot her in the leg, and then in stroller with her, he's in a stroller and shot him in the face and killed him.
Wow, that's crazy, man.
Point
That's
blank
insane.
range.
How did you hear about that? Because I mean, obviously they don't.
Huh?
No, they just don't. They don't report on this type of stuff. You can tell
Yeah,
it's strategic
no,
in what they report on.
it's pretty standard. I heard that from Colin Flaherty, Jesse Peterson's friend. I think it was Friday on his pod. It happened a long time ago, but it's neither here nor there, and it's not a tit for tat or anything like that. But
Yeah.
I need some sort of. I need the people whom are in control of the media, which they never will because they're using it as a cudgel to show me something of that nature. I mean, I don't know. Like, you'd have to be a wild animal to put a gun in a woman's face, walking with a stroller, shoot her in the leg, and then execute her child.
Yeah,
And
that's
then they're going
insane.
to come out crying, talking about this guy.
Yeah.
Guy saying, "How we hunted down in cold blood," and I
Yeah.
can show you 50 to 0.000001 white on black.
Well, it's interesting because when people say watch the video and they say that they were hunted. When I watched the video, I saw a truck ahead of him. It wasn't like he was running and they were chasing him. I saw the truck ahead of him, and he ran towards the truck. Then he attacked the guy with the gun, and then they shot him. It's like, so if it was me, right? If I was innocent and I was really just jogging, regardless of what color I am, and somebody had a gun, I'd run away from them, or I would be like, hey man, like I don't know, what did I do? Like, the only reason why I would try to get the gun and run would be, or fight back would be because I knew I was guilty of something and I didn't want to get busted.
Yeah, like you said with the numbers.
I don't ever. They shouldn't have done that. Like, it was all a big setup. Like I wouldn't have done that. You know, like followed someone. I don't care if he's black or any of it. I mean, it's more likely he did something messed up because he's black. But like, they shouldn't have followed him. And
Well,
if they wanted to make his citizens arrest, like they could have. And
Supposedly, from the stories I've read, the guy who, the dad, right? He's a retired cop, and he had an encounter with the guy a few years back where Ahmad brought a gun to a baseball game or a basketball game, and this guy was the cop that arrested him or something like that, and then so he's been keeping tabs on this guy because supposedly they've been having robberies at this house, different places. So it's like it was some sort of ongoing thing, and I wasn't there. We just saw the video, but in the video there was a hammer.
Yeah.
There was a hammer in the street. He had like Timberland boots
was
on.
it a hammer? Like, I heard all this, or I heard
Watch the video.
not much more afterwards, but like I know there was something thrown in the street. And they're saying that he was wearing boots. I mean, really, all that really speaks to is just the complete destruction of like the black family. So like,
Exactly. I mean,
I don't know.
I know.
Like segregation is the only thing that can happen that might be able to save anything until we can fix both sides of everything and return the fathers to the children.
I know you, like you said, you think it was unnecessary, and yes, there's a million ways the father and son could have approached it, but the way I look at it is that in our country, what makes our system unique is that we have the freedom to defend ourselves, to enforce the law within the law, so citizens arrest, to be armed, to detain, and what the media's done over the last few decades is they've made it very, very difficult and very scary for anyone to actually assert those rights, because you will immediately be called a racist. They'll say that you use excessive force, but really, it goes back to this would have never happened if Ahmad didn't live this way with that anger. Like you said, his destruction happened a long time ago. He was living the wrong life, getting into crime. He was going the wrong way. I've got friends who one guy's stuck in prison for life, another one did 15 years, and another one's dead. and it's the same pattern as this guy Ahmad. And I don't feel bad for any of my friends. And every time I do talk to the two that are still alive, I tell them that you got what you deserve, and then they admit it too. Like you put yourself in that situation, so it is unfortunate, but we can't. I think it's unfair to say that those guys didn't have to do that. You know what? Ahmad didn't have to be thieving, so they were well within their rights. It's tragic, and not everyone has the courage to go enforce the law, but hey, if someone does that to me, I'm going out with my gun, and I will attempt to detain you if I am allowed to do so. And it's not my fault if you charge me and make it a life or death situation.
Yeah,
It's
that's
tragic.
a risk. It's both of them. It's a risk to take. Like, the smartest thing would be to wait for the cops. But if you have a gun, if it's open carry state and you have a gun, and you're not threatening them to shoot them or anything, if you have the gun, because you can't holster a rifle. It's like a handgun. You could. A rifle you just carry. But if someone's going to come at you and try to take it from you, the only thing that's going to happen is that they're going to either shoot you with it, or they're going to steal it and run away, which I doubt that would be the case. So it's like the only thing you're left to do. I mean, you could just use it as a bat and hit him with it. You know, I don't know. Like but yeah, it's just at the end of the day, it's crazy how I noticed that the people become a mob, and they say guilty until proven innocent, because nobody really knows what led up to that video footage or anything like that, and a lot of people are driven by emotion, where they're just like they identify because of his race, if they're black, and then I know that there's like it becomes a bandwagon that people jump on, where it's like this social hashtag ride, and then people feel that it's like weird pressures, Like I know that there's white people that feel like, oh, I have to post about this because I don't want people to think I'm racist. I want people to think I'm a good person, and I don't know. It's just interesting how. There's like these pressures,
The virtue signaling is real.
Yeah,
That's the big thing.
it's interesting hearing y'all talk about it because y'all are urbanites. And
We're what?
Urbanites.
Urbanites?
urbanites, yeah. Like that kind of situation, they were out in the middle of nowhere. And people live differently out there. I don't want to say that they're more moral, but life is a little slower.
Yeah.
And
Their mentality is
There's right
like,
and
don't
wrong.
trespass on my land,
Yeah.
And
good
that's
and evil.
pretty much what
And
happened.
I would imagine that there has been a whole lot of mess going around there where normally there would not be that mess. And it's a very... I like what that one caller said, the black man said, Jesse, because we would call it an unfortunate situation because it's been ingrained into our brains, but it really is because a young man lost his life. But,
Yeah.
kind of happens.
And I'm not.
People die.
Yeah, I'm not picking a side based on anything other than being objective, because I know usually the world, when the whole world comes and says something, it's like the world's so backwards. It's like I don't like to get wrapped up in, especially the fake news media is always setting us up some way. I honestly think that this whole thing is to distract us from the Flynn thing.
Yeah.
Other things that are going on that are happening under our noses. They're trying to set us up to be traced within our homes with every 10 person, like set us up in isolation homes for quarantine, like all kind of stuff, and they don't want us to talk about it, because like right before that happened, I saw this thing about it, and I was trying to get it out and post it, but they set things up like this. So that's why it happened 2 months ago. So
Yeah, it's a chess game.
it's a timing thing for them to put these things out, make us all talk about that, so that we can't really see these things happening.
It's a chess game. They're just like, they know that, we're not tripping on what happened last week, so we got to come out with something new. And then we're all kind of like posting on it right now. And that's why, like, I don't even respond to this stuff until like a few days later, because like I want to see what the details were.
Yeah.
I kind of hear like a few points from different sides, and but if you don't do that, you're just gonna jump on the emotion bandwagon and then just go with the flow. Like, oh, I'm gonna run today because Ahmad, can't run anymore. And it's like that's not even what happened.
Yeah.
And then everyone's on that right now.
It becomes a social pop thing. It's like I see it's like TikTok. You know, someone will do a TikTok dance and then it goes around. It's like a guy was murdered.
It's almost
you
like
know?
a
It's
challenge. It's like,
exactly.
come on, guys, do
That's
this
what
challenge.
it seems like. It seems like the pressures. That's what I'm talking about. The pressures make people feel like, well, I want to be, you know, and I don't really trust anybody these days. And so I don't know what people's intentions are. I think a lot of people do those virtue signaling. They want to come across a certain way. I'm a good person. Look at, I posted about this. And I like to be objective and just kind of see it from a distance so that I can really get the truth, because the truth is all that matters, you know, for me. I don't have one way or another. I'm not like, oh, I want the white guys to be innocent, or I want the black guy to be innocent or guilty. It's like, I just want
You want
to know
the truth
what really
to,
happened.
You want the truth to be set free.
Yeah,
basically.
exactly.
Yeah, this is a great example because there's a whole bunch of different stuff happening right now. Distractions, as y'all were saying.
Yeah.
And what the big problem is for the people in the media, is that people know what's happening. And people understand who owns the media and who's doing this to America. So
Yeah.
they're kvetching as hard as they can to try to, I guess, deflect
Yeah, they're buying
from
time.
people knowing.
I think you got to think about it like a relationship too. Like if you have a friend who's constantly lying to you, like, and then the next day like you forgive them, but then they do it the week after, and then it's just like over and over again, and you're like,
The boy who
like,
cried wolf.
what kind of friend are you? You're just like, you're whack, dude. Like, get away from me. And that's
They're
exactly,
our greatest friend. They're our greatest ally.
yeah, and that's how you feel about the media, because it's like, you know, you want to trust that this story has a grain of truth, but like it's just literally 99.9% fabricated. It seems like, and so you now have to comb through this and like find that one grain of sand that's actually
It's
true.
a spell, because it's like these labels that everyone gives words so much power, and the media, it's like a doctor, you know. Oh, he's a doctor, so you trust him like he's a god, you know, like he's gonna have my best interest. He wants me to have, you know, good health and all those things, but you're mesmerized by the name doctor when really that's his job. And you know, there are doctors that want to, you know, help you, but for the most part, doctors is a business, and it's all about medicine and selling drugs and all those things. Like people in my
They
family.
used to not be. Doctors used to help people.
Yeah, so the title of things, you know, the media, and it's called news. So naturally you're like, oh yeah, the news. But it's fake news now, and like you can't trust anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think about the medical world too is like, you literally now, like, instead of having an understanding of your patient and like working one-on-one with that person to like give them the specific diagnosis, get a diagnosis and then give them the correct treatment, is just like so far-fetched now, because I believe it's every 5 minutes that you spend talking to your patient is 15 minutes worth of paperwork. So how many people want to sit there, talk for 10 minutes, and then have to do 30 minutes worth of paperwork? It's just, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So like,
If I may, I know a lot of the medical world, and it's not 15 minutes worth of paperwork. It might be where y'all are, but what it really is profits for the hospital that I shouldn't even be saying this. The hospital that you work for, and then after the hospital comes the doctor, and then after the doctor comes the board, and the board being the director and whatnot. The medical field is so unbelievably corrupt. You guys wouldn't even be able to comprehend it.
I work in the medical field a little bit, so like,
Okay.
I do have some experience
Well,
in it.
Then you should have just said it's just so unbelievably. Yeah. All right.
They it's like the spells and wizardry that they use. It's like if we have more diseases and more health issues, then we'll have more cures. You know, people are like, oh, we have more cures. Yeah, because there's more problems created. And then they'll give you,
No,
because I grew up on medicine and everything, ADD, and you know you have one problem, and then they give you a pill for that problem, but then you need another pill to to go against the side effects of that pill, and then this pill has side effects, so you need more, and then you end up being on like 8 pills. That's what happened to me, and it's all because you get you have headaches.
What kind of pills were you on?
I don't even remember, man. All kind of stuff. I was like ADD, ADHD, and whatever, man. I was young, so it's like I couldn't keep up, and I was the guinea pig generation of all that stuff.
Do you think that was like an actual? Do you think that was whatever they labeled it was actually what it was, or do you think it was just like maybe I didn't get enough attention or whatever?
No, I think it was bull crap. I think that when you're young too,
No,
it's like
ADHD was a lie.
you see it out,
the doctor that found
an easy
me,
way as a kid.
The doctor that
And
wrote the papers on ADHD said it was a lie, and they did it to push pills.
Yeah, it's just like the doctor thing. When you're a kid, you trust your parents, you trust adults, you think that everybody knows best, and so you just go with it. And I didn't really I wasn't in a position to think for myself because I had other people that were telling me what was wrong with me. But reflecting on it, it's like, yeah, I see that it's like it was wrong.
Yeah.
Well, shoot, man. We're gonna see if we can get some other callers up on here. But dude, thanks for calling, man.
All right, Chief. Y'all have a great night.
Thank you,
Take care,
Para.
brother.
Have a
All
good
right.
night. That was interesting. Did you ever give you any meds like that? ADD, ADHD?
The only sickness I had was asthma, and when I was 9 years old, there was a lady who prayed for me, and ever since then, I never needed another
Really? That's
albuterol or whatever.
Did you have asthma from?
Me too.
Marijuana.
Same thing. I got an inhaler when I was like 10 or 11, and then I lasted for maybe keep it on for a year, but I didn't really need it. I think looking back now, it really was more about the stress of my home environment. Parents arguing, being in my imagination, just all that stuff. Their arguments, looking back, were I ignored it, but man, it was intense. That stuff gave me more anxiety than anything.
I agree.
From. To accept.
Who dat?
Who that? Who there?
Who that on
That
this
sounds like
phone?
corn pop.
No, this is Skip.
Skip McBurney.
Skip. You ain't all you ever did was make a hot daughter.
All you ever did.
What's
Shit.
up, bro?
If anyone's gonna marry my sister, it's gonna be me.
I've been trying to catch y'all for 3 nights live. Matt told me all about y'all. Matt, living the dream, Matt. You know what I'm talking about,
Yeah,
Matt?
Indiana Matt.
Yeah, a little maple syrup, man.
Little maple syrup. Met that.
The syrup man, that's right. And I was bound and determined last night to listen to y'all. And I think I went to sleep about 6 o'clock, though, so I slept right through it. But I'm glad I got to get a chance to call y'all tonight.
I'm glad to hear from you, Skip. Like I said, your call, like Trevor said, was one of the most memorable calls with Jesse Lee. It's just you always had such a good attitude. You still do, and it's a good example for guys out there who think that they can't overcome.
Well, let me tell you what, Trevor. It wasn't nobody's fault that I ended up homeless but me. I was living every day like it was the last day. I wasn't saving any money, wasn't putting nothing back, was making good money, but was just spending as fast as I could make it. And then when, I didn't plan for something like this to happen. Nobody plans for it to have a stroke and heart failure. But when it hit me, I didn't have nothing to fall back on. My little place I was renting, I lost it while I was in the hospital. And I was just fortunate that there was an old boy I knew that had an empty house I could just stay in. So I had a lot to be thankful for, not complain about, but just to be thankful for,
Yeah, that's good, man. It's true, man. I know what you mean about living life. Because there's a fine line. Like, you can live life in the moment and take on what's in front of you. But there is kind of an importance to thinking in hindsight of the future and, living in the now that's going to prepare you for the future. Not saying you got to worry about the future or the past, but to live for the future. Basically plan on living until you're forever.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, I could tell you, if you could have a 5-hour show tonight, and I still wouldn't be able to finish telling you all the funny stories living in that doggone house. It was an adventure. It was an adventure, really. I looked at it as an adventure, not like a. No, my girlfriend Stacy, she complained every day. Oh God, she complained. If it wasn't this she was complaining about, it was that complaining about. And I told her, I said, look here, Stacy, I know this ain't the place we want to live right now, and this is not, anything good to really look at, but at least I told this in the wintertime. I said, at least we're out of the cold. We're not going to get rained on unless we go in our other bedroom back there, which is a hole in the ceiling. I said, we got a warm place to sleep, and we got enough money to go get, buy some groceries. And I said, we'll be fine. I said, it's going to take us a little while. We can get back on our feet, and God bless us, and we got us a little apartment now. And she complained about it now. She just loves to complain.
I mean, it's their spirit, But and that's the beauty that we learn from people like you and Jesse is that, you don't hate people for having those weaknesses. You love if you really love them, you accept it, and you keep living right. You keep being at peace, and you lead the way. Them being in their heads shouldn't pull you out of doing what you have to do.
It's like you have to love them through the problem, You got to love them through the situation, until they can see. Sometimes I guess some people just don't see or choose not to see, Trevor. But you're right. You can't let their negativity affect you in your life, or you'll be right along with them.
Exactly. A lot of women find themselves in hell with their thoughts, and since Jesse, I've met some, and they've been honest enough to say that it feels like they're in hell now. They can observe it, and it's a terrible feeling. And the way I look at it is, a man doesn't go into hell to get her out. You just wait there by the shore.
You gotta love the hell out of them.
Yeah, you love the hell out of them. You gotta pull them out of hell, but you don't jump in there with them.
Yeah. And Trevor, I've never liked to surround myself around anybody that's negative. I just can't stand it,
Yeah.
Somebody wants to talk about. They want to focus on everything that's bad and can't say one thing that's good. Just refuse to. I guess I don't understand it.
Yeah, it's crazy, and I noticed that too with dating girls and stuff like that. You could do everything great, everything awesome, but if you share your problems of wrong, or something goes wrong, they won't remember all the good stuff. The bad will outweigh the good, and that one thing you did will never be forgotten.
Yeah, I got an old girlfriend. She lives down in near Panama City, Florida, and we were seeing each other back in '87, '88. That was a lifetime ago, but we still remain friends after all these years. And every now and then, she'll hit me up on Messenger, and she'll say, "Skip, do you remember this, or that?" And of course I remember, and I just fall out laughing, because we had fun times, and I love the way she focused on all the good, because it wasn't too nice when we ended it, but she chose to remember all the fun times that we had and all the good times instead of thinking about the bad times. And she's a positive person. I like that.
That's nice.
Yes, sir.
What's his name?
He slipped on top.
So who's the
No,
bottom?
I'm just kidding. That wasn't me. Hey, y'all heard? Did y'all see the World News tonight? ABC World News tonight?
No.
What's up?
What happened?
They had a story here in Augusta, Georgia. It was a tragic story. I think it was 14 or 15 Mexicans died yesterday, or last night actually. And, you're supposed to say, well, how did they die, Skip?
How'd they die, Skip?
The bunk beds collapsed. Yeah. They sleep about 20 deep in single wide trailers in bunk beds.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that could be right. Especially in LA, a lot of places there's just absolutely no parking anywhere. Because there's more than 4 people to a home.
Oh, well, in Mexicans, I tell you what, now, no, like Jesse says, but They good. I used to have a couple of Mexicans work for me, and I'd go pick them up, and they lived in a little single wide trailer park, and I guarantee you there was 15 cars parked out front, and a whole house full of people living in there. And I asked him about it. I said, "All y'all stay in that trailer?" He said, "Yeah." And this is what he told me. He said, "We stay in this trailer until we can all save up enough money where we can buy us a piece of land and a little trailer to put it on. And we send all the rest of the money that we don't need, we send it back to Mexico to help our families out with it." Every Mexican I've ever known has said that they always send money back that they don't need to Mexico to help their families out. They're real good about doing that, helping family out.
Yeah, there's a lot of, like I said, most people are good and they want what's right. You know, there are plenty of bad ones who are not living for God, but that's why you can't hate the ones who don't. They just don't know any better. You call it out. You don't accept wrongdoing, but don't hate anybody.
Let me tell you something about hate, Trevor. I could lay in the bed every night and hate your gut so bad, Trevor. Just clear out hate you for something you said to me, and never tell you about it or never mention it. But inside, I'm filled with hate toward you. You know, you don't even know that I'm hating you, and it's not hurting you one bit, but it's hurting me because I'm the one that's filled with the hate. The hater is the one that it hurts, not the one that's being hated on.
Drinking poison and expecting the other person to die.
Exactly. Nothing good comes from hate.
Nothing.
I think a lot of people too, they get fooled by the idea that they could feel something. You know, they get that it feels like home for them to feel that judgment where they're, you know, probably suffering so much that when they feel that hatred, that it kind of gives the illusion that they're better than somebody else, or, you know, it makes them feel some kind of way, and they just want to feel something, not realizing that they don't have to go through that.
Well, there's some kind of underlying problem that they're not facing. They might not have anything to do with that person or anything to do with a situation like that, but they've got some hate in them that they just hadn't released, and it's affecting every part of their life.
Yeah.
Hate's a bad thing.
Yes, sir.
Hey, you ever heard of a band called Mother's Finest?
I haven't.
Mother's Finest. That's the funk rock band out of Georgia.
Are they? Do they have a new song coming out tomorrow?
No, they all about 80 years old now.
It's Mother's
back
Day.
in the 70s and 80s. Mother's Finest.
Mother's Finest.
When you get a chance, check them out. I mean, they were some of the baddest rascals you'll want to see in your life.
Check them out.
Whenever they'd come on stage, the lights would go down, and you'd hear the organ, and then a guy in the background would say, "Out of Funk Rock, Georgia, Mother's Finest." I mean, the crowd would go wild.
Sounds like almost kind of like George Clinton.
Oh, you think about Clinton? Get the funk.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
We want the funk.
Mother's Finest. Were they all brothers?
Yep. No, it was a mixture of whites and blacks in the band.
Well, I meant brothers, like, you know, the same mother.
No, there was whites and blacks
I
in the
love the
band.
terminology misunderstanding there.
Yeah.
But I think you'll like them. It's a good band.
So bands make her dance.
Back in the 70s and the 80s, that's all we did was go to concerts. I mean, they used to have one, seemed like every month somewhere. Macon had a lot of concerts. Atlanta had them. Savannah used to have them. I lived in Milledgeville, a small town, but we used to have a good many concerts at the college up there, Georgia College.
Yeah.
So it was just the atmosphere back then. I mean, it's just all about concerts.
Yeah, I've grown up going to, with a lot of friends that are musicians and stuff, and going to, like, jam sessions and great live music, but I didn't go to too many, like, full-on concerts with, like, stadiums and stuff. I've been to a few, but I've always been in intimate rooms with just good music, you know?
Yeah. There was a little bar in Macon, Georgia, called on Cherry Street. I can't even remember the name of the bar, but a lot of the musicians, famous musicians, would pop in there on Sunday nights to have a jam night. And you'd liable to see Greg Allman walk in, or somebody from the Charlie Daniels Band or Marshall Tucker, and they'd sit in and just jam. And probably some of the best music I ever heard was in that little old bar.
Yeah, exactly. I used to host this place in Hollywood called Cafe. It was Cafe was the place, and one night I was playing, and Stevie Wonder came in with his daughter and sat there. It was cool. But I've experienced those moments when, like, you know, celebrities or whatever would hear about it and then they'd come and jam. It's pretty cool, man.
Did you see that video on YouTube when Paul McCartney was walking in front of Stevie Wonder and he accidentally hit the mic stand?
Yeah, Stevie's not
Stevie
blind.
Wonder, I know, he reached out and grabbed it.
Exactly. He's not blind at all.
Maybe he has like supersonic hearing vibration.
Yeah, it's like
senses.
when you have one sense down, then you have like an enhanced.
He heard the microphone hit, so he's like, huh!
Yeah, I feel it's likely that Stevie has maybe some visual impairment, but they hyped it up because it would be gimmicky and
Good character.
Yeah.
And the white folks feel sorry for him because he's a blind black boy and they're buying his records.
Yeah, I've never felt sorry for him. I always thought that it was
Stevie was good.
contributes to his talents, you know, because it's like people that have kind of, you know, obsolete, unfortunate things like that, they become really talented, you know, and I don't know, you admire them. Stevie Wonder is definitely one of the most talented people.
For sure. Skip, who do you think is better, Ray Charles or Stevie Wonder? Which blind black man is a better musician?
Well, as far as putting on the show, I'd have to say Ray Charles. I've seen Ray Charles. I think the best blind performer I've ever seen in my life. That was in 1987. He opened up for Kenny Rogers down in Tallahassee, Florida, and that was Ronnie Millsap.
Ryan
You
Neal?
ever heard Ronnie Millsap? Ronnie Millsap. He was a country
Ronnie
singer.
Millsap.
Ryan Nealsap.
Ronnie Millsap.
Ronnie Nealsap.
That's what I heard.
Awesome performer.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
if I was
Millsap.
gonna pick if I was gonna pick the best piano player artist, it would be Jerry Lee Lewis. I seen him in concert back in the early '80s.
Great Balls of Fire.
It's crazy
That's
that
what I think.
not Jerry Lee Lewis, but my uncle, his name was Lou Brown, and he was the musical conductor and arranger for Jerry Lewis. Not Jerry Lee Lewis,
Jerry
but
Lewis,
the
you're
comedian.
talking about Dean Martin's partner. Jerry
Yeah.
Lewis. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, sweet man. You having a good weekend?
Yeah, well, it started out pretty good, I guess. It's uneventful. The older you get in life, Trevor, you're going to find out the uneventful days you're going to really appreciate.
Oh, I appreciate those now, but I'm sure, you know, I notice as I grow in life, like the days, the weeks, the months, and the years seem to go by a lot faster.
Time flies, the older you get, I ain't gonna lie.
Especially when you throw your
This
watch
morning.
across the room.
I asked Stacy this morning, I said, doggone, I said, it feels like a Wednesday. Is it day Wednesday? She said, no, day Saturday. You know, you just lose track of time.
Yeah.
It might be a southern thing, I don't know. I catch a lot of slack on chat sometimes about being from the South. I make references about trailer parks and all. We got a lot of trailer parks down here. Y'all ain't really got trailer parks up in California, do you?
There's some for sure.
There's definitely trailer park mentalities.
But I would love to get one. I was looking at property in Idaho, and I think it's a great way to get land and a place to live in cheap. Some of them look amazing inside. You can really deck them out. Like, there's nothing wrong with a nice little double wide on a couple acres.
Yeah. Let me change the subject real quick. I was looking at your partner right there. It's on the show with you. And I said, he reminds me of somebody. I just can't put my finger on it. And then I've noticed today when I looked at the show, yesterday's show, Perry Stone. You ever heard of Perry Stone?
Perry Stone.
Perry Stone,
That sounds
no.
awfully familiar.
I don't know. I'm not very
He's
good
a
with names.
He's a TV evangelist, one of them preachers.
I'm gonna Google him right now.
He's a swinger.
Perry Stone.
Oh, everyone, Google Perry Stone. That looks just like me.
It's his dad.
He's one of them lying pre-tribulation preaching Zionists
Is he
Well, he's probably leading more people to hell than anything.
is he like another Joel Osteen, just another mega church preacher?
No, he really don't have a mega. I don't even know if he has a church. I know he. Every time I see him, he's over in Israel.
Probably like a
He's
television.
over there talking about Israel and the Jews and how good and wonderful they are, and he's just he's real knowledgeable. You think he's real knowledgeable, but he misquotes a lot of stuff in the Bible and makes it fit his agenda. And any preacher that halfway reads the Bible can do that. You know, they can hit on certain points, but if you're gonna tell me something in verse 8, there better be something somewhere else in that Bible that's gonna support it, back it up. And he's bad about not doing that. But he does. You got a picture of him pulled up?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we saw him.
It looks like my dad. Looks like my daddy.
Well, it looks like you, boy.
See, I always thought he looked like Millhouse
Millhouse.
You got it.
from The
From The
Simpsons.
Simpsons.
The Bart Simpson's friend with the blue hair.
You guys want another one?
No, I'm good. You grab them. They used to call me Sideshow Bob because when I was younger, my hair went from straight to real curly. So when I grew it out, I looked just like Sideshow Bob.
And he's still a sideshow.
Got that kind hair.
Yeah, I got that kinky hair.
You ever heard that one?
Kind hair.
Kind hair.
That con hair.
Kind grows on your butt.
You got that con hair. It kind of grows on your butt.
It's like
You never heard that before?
No.
I never heard that.
I like that one though.
But it made me think.
You got those kind eyes. Kind you see on a crackhead.
Next time you run across a hot little lady you want to talk to, walk up to her and ask if she got any, say, hey, you got, what are you anyhow? Change it real quick. I'm from Scotland. My family's from Scotland. So we got Scottish in us, right? What do you got in you, Trevor?
No man.
I mean, are you English?
I got no men in
Spanish,
me.
or
No, I haven't had a test, but I think I'm Irish and Scottish, English.
all right, well, same you say, old girl at the bar, walk up to her and say, hey, have you got a little Scottish in you?
You want
And
some?
she's probably gonna say no. There you go. There you go. That's right.
You know what I say is, I say, hey, I look at her and I say, you know what's great about you? She says, what? I say, I don't know, I'm asking.
Yeah, that won't work as good as getting you in there as a little Indian.
I don't know, in LA, these girls get compliments so much that they're just, they end up liking the ones that don't compliment them so much, I think, because they want to, they want to win over, like, well, why doesn't he want me? Everyone else wants me.
Yeah, they wanna. You come off like too weak if you just always just paying them
Yeah, like
compliments.
I can't give them the impression that, hey, it's, oh man, I've never been on a date with a hot girl before.
It's got to be rough for a woman, a halfway decent looking woman that weighs 300 pounds, to go out somewhere and not be hit on all the time. You know what? It does have to get old to them sometimes. And I bet they know every line in the book.
Yeah, and I would say though, like, sometimes like if you're just genuinely nice to a good-looking girl and stuff, and they kind of give you an attitude and blow you off, it's like one day they're gonna look back and wish that they still could get compliments, because it doesn't last forever.
Yeah, beauty don't last forever.
And nowadays, like, with the Me Too movement and feminists and everything like that, I remember I went to Politicon in Nashville, like, I don't know, 6 months ago or whatever, and there was no attractive girls there at all. And then there's this one girl, she looked, she was decent compared to everyone else. And so she had a red dress on, and when she walked by, and I said, "Lady in red," and she looked back and snarled at me like, "How dare you? How dare a man sing 'Lady in Red' to me?" I was like, "Whoa."
Oh, she
Sorry.
loved it. She loved it, you know it.
Yeah, I mean,
She loved that compliment.
It's crazy.
Exactly.
There's a
Yeah,
lot more
I tell you what.
women these days who don't like, especially out here in LA. Like we notice it when we go out and grab coffee, or whatever. Trevor obviously is not afraid to pay a compliment, and I say 1 out of 10 girls these days actually laughs, and the other ones just look at you all pissed off. Like
yeah, they look mad.
you can see the hate. They just can't stand men.
And I'm not disrespectful. I don't say anything rude. Like, I come up with little lines. Like, one thing I say which usually is a good one, is if you're in like a crosswalk or a sidewalk, you say, "Is this a crosswalk or a runway?" But
Well, I'm glad I'm older now and don't have to get out there and
Might
fight
be
with
too
you young
complicated.
boys over the next pretty girl.
Like what?
just can't say it in an airport.
Hey, Skip, Mark from church, Jesse's bodyguard, he wants to know if you're going to come to the men's conference.
Yeah.
Shoot, I wish I could get out there for a few days and hang out with y'all.
Yeah.
Man, I'm doing good. I'm doing good just to pay the bills every month down here.
Amen.
Yeah,
But I
I hear
really
you.
would. I would love to come out there and see y'all. I really would. I've been watching Jesse a long time and James, and I admire all y'all that work there. I mean y'all got a good attitude, good disposition about yourself.
It's so
And I
funny.
think,
People
believe
think
it or not,
people think I work there. They're like, "When did you get fired?" Or like whatever. And I was like, I never worked for Jesse. I just happened to find him like everybody else. But I make music, and so I started making remixes for him to give back to him because he helped me in my life. And I think because Jesse used to have a guy that worked for him named Travis. People think that I'm him, but I'm Trevor. And I don't know. Yeah, people think I work for him. I never worked for him.
Skip, just so you know,
I always thought you was part of him.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I just kind of like appreciate Jesse, and he's not far, and I'm friends with Joel and James and stuff like that, just from going to church and stuff. But I don't work there.
Yeah, we're just real tight little group.
Yeah, I actually met Millhouse over here at Jesse's church.
Skip, just so you know, Mark said that if the conference does kick off this year, or whenever it does, he has room at his house. You're more than welcome to stay. And I'll also volunteer, pick you up from the airport or whatever it might be. But yeah, if it works out, God willing, don't worry. You got people here to set you up.
Well, I appreciate that. That means a lot.
Yeah.
What's the dates on those?
If I come out there,
Yeah, the COVID thing, I'm not sure if Jesse's going to do it.
Let me tell you one quick thing real quick before we get off, okay?
Yeah.
You know I had that stroke and that darn heart failure, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was about 3 years ago, a little over 3 years ago. Well, I've been trying to get some physical therapy. And whenever the doctors write it up, there's a certain way it's got to be written up. They call it coded, where they code it before the Medicaid will accept it. They don't write it up right. They'll keep turning it down and turning it down. Well, my primary physician tried and never did get me. It always come back denied that it wouldn't pay for it. Well, I found me another primary physician, and he's a good old boy. Well, actually, it's a girl. She's a good old gal. She wrote it up and sent me to a different hospital. They have physical therapy done, and they accepted my physical therapy, the Medicaid, and I was fixing to start my physical therapy finally after 3 years. And then about 2 weeks before my appointment date came up, is this coronavirus stuff started coming out. And I told Stacy about a weekend of this coronavirus, I said, Lord of mercy, I'm going to tell you what's about to happen. I said, any day now I'm about to get a phone call from that physical therapist, and they're going to postpone my date because of this coronavirus. And that's exactly what they did. The day before I was supposed to go start my physical therapy, I got a phone call, and they put it off to April, I think it was. No, they put it off to April, yeah, and then I got another one in April. They put it off to May, and I got another one in May. They put it off to June. So it's just gonna ride out until they get through this corona thing, I guess.
Yeah, I've been hearing stories like that. Of like, I heard somebody telling me something about one of their family members has cancer, and I was going through treatment, and he was, got neglected from the doctors and stuff from all this stuff, and he ended up dying from not being able to go to see the doctors because they keep postponing dates and stuff like that. He wasn't able to get chemo or something like that.
Well, look here, Trevor. It sounds kind of suspect to me just a little bit.
Yeah, it does. I mean,
you hear about all these medical professions, these medical people, doctors and nurses, they getting fired from the hospital, getting put on leave or whatever, while this corona's going on. Well, just because this corona has been in the head, it's the hottest thing going right now. That don't mean that all the other ailments of people are going to stop.
Exactly.
Just because, So why are they choosing not to treat people that have cancer or postpone surgeries or whatever, and surrounding themselves around this, and at the same time firing doctors and nurses when they got the staff, if they wanted to treat the other people? Why are they not treating anybody else but focusing on this?
Well, I think Bill Gates has a lot to do with everything too, because he's the face of everything now. He's no expert in medical field or anything like that. He can't even fix computer viruses. But I think it has to do with depopulation too. They want to
That's where I was
depopulate.
going with it. I think it's a depopulation deal.
Yeah. And another thing is with like money. Like our dollar isn't worth a damn now, and so I think there's some kind of change up that's going on under our noses, and my buddy David was talking about that, and so I at the end of the day, it always makes sense though to follow the money trail.
Follow the money. But it's like one of you two guys was saying earlier. They start talking about something else, and they get to focus on that, and it gets everybody's attention off something else. And while you look at this crazy thing over here, like this coronavirus, which some of the viruses, it's a flu virus. It's nothing any worse. They got everybody looking at that, and they're doing something over here with the left hand that they don't want you to look at and focus on.
Yeah, I used to like
The
magic
real
tricks.
The real bad stuff is going on. We ain't looking. This crap here ain't nothing but soap opera.
Exactly.
Nothing but soap opera. I went to the doctor a few weeks ago, and his office is about 3 blocks from the hospital. And when we left, I stopped by and got me some Crystal hamburgers. And I told Stacy, I said, I'm gonna run by in front of the 2 hospitals where they got the crossing guard. The crossing guard, he stands over the little sign that says walk or don't walk. And he's right in front of the emergency room. And I looked over at the emergency room, and they had a great big old tent. You would think the circus was over there. That tent was so big.
Yeah.
And they were making you go through the tent before you go into the emergency room. There wasn't a soul in the tent, not a soul. And pulled up to the crossing where the security guard was, or the crossing guard, or whatever. And I called him over to the car, and he walked over there. And I had a hamburger in my hand. And it was probably about 12:30. I know he was getting hungry, and I was talking to him, but he was focusing on that hamburger more than he was focusing on me. So I reached down the bag and got him a couple of crystals out and gave them to him. I was his best friend, and he'd tell me the truth about anything. So I gave him a couple of crystals, and I asked him, I said, I reckon y'all been having it pretty rough here with all these corona patients coming in. I said, y'all got the beds got to be full. I said, y'all overcrowded, ain't you? He kind of looked at me like I was joking with him. And he said, man, we're slower now than we were before this coronavirus hit. And I hear stories all across the country about these hospitals that are supposed to be over capacity, and nobody, the independent journalists go there, and they're the doggone soul there.
And we have there's a girl from Bond from church, and she told us a few streams ago that she also had her hours cut, and in fact, she just told me the other night that she had to go look for work at a different hospital because they don't have any work.
Yeah, that's why like all the Midwest nurses and stuff are getting sent to New York, because there's nothing going on in the middle of the country. Because there's, obviously New York is more populated, so they're going to have more cases. So if you're not working in one of these Midwest states, you have to go to California, you have to go to New York, you have to go to Washington to find work.
How do you, since you work in the medical field, what do you say to people when they try to say, well, the headlines say that they're overflowing with patients? What would you say explains that for those hospitals?
Well, it's definitely the more dense population, but as far as like my personal experience, I work with the actual hospitals. I'll call the environmental service directors and talk with them because one of the ways that you can tell if a hospital is actually full is their waste stream, right? So waste stream is basically, hey, we have this much red bag waste, we have this much hazardous waste, we have this much pharmaceutical. So you see the levels. I see the weights every month. Pretty much, I'll call in. They'll say our census is low. We don't need as many pickups. Our census is low. We don't need so many of these cut out this 40-yard over the top or whatever. So the waste stream.
Well, look at here. If it was as bad as they say it is, they wouldn't have to. They wouldn't have to show us news footage from Italy, a hospital in Italy, and tell us it was in New York. If this thing was legit, they wouldn't be having to tell us all these doggone lies.
Yeah, and they wouldn't have to fake a photo shoot. Did you see that too? You might have been the one that sent it to me, but they had an actor hold up a sign in the street and make it look like he was protesting or something like that, but it was just a setup.
He was just crossing the street, stood there while it was green, and then walked to the other side. But there was no protest. They were just getting a photo so they could say, "Look at the nurses are standing up."
The thing about New York
Exactly.
too is, there's been a lot of whistleblowers coming from New York, and they're all saying the same thing, that the treatment, the protocol that is typical for the hospital is different now with COVID. So the thing is like, Elon Musk has said it, the public health director from Chicago. I mean, the CDC is giving out these specific protocols, which is, hey, if you have somebody that tests positive with COVID, but they also have these 5 or 6 morbidities, you're going to write this death down as a COVID death, even though they were going to die anyways from these other diseases. And so what happens is the hospitals are getting, I believe it's $19,000 if they diagnose them, and then once they put them on the ventilator, I believe it's $39,000.
A lot of money.
So
That's right. I read about that. That's crazy.
So you have the situation where, like Elon Musk was saying, that they're in a moral quandary, because they're going to either have to fire their staff, or they're going to have to say, hey, let's call this one a COVID because we're not going to make any money. And that's the thing too, is like the healthcare systems, they're going to be in a bind too, although they have stimulus money that's supposed to be coming from this last bill, yet it's only if they have COVID situations. So of course the numbers are going to be padded because of that situation. So what's happening in New York is you have nurses that are literally putting people on ventilators when they're not supposed to go on ventilators. You have people that are being diagnosed as COVID. It's sad because there was a
Shut up! That was me.
what was that?
My dog, bro.
Go on now, get outside.
But there was a guy who his wife had just died. They had been married for like 30, 40 years, and literally he could not see her in the patient room because she had COVID. What in the world is that about? Because in any other situation, if it was cancer, if it was another disease, even a viral disease, you could be with your loved one and see them die, except with COVID. Now that's really strange. So what the nurse whistleblowers are actually saying, they're being treated incorrectly, medical malpractice. And so what was happening is when they started seeing all the cases left and right, like there were some things that they were doing wrong, and that just, people die. It's just the nature of the beast. But now that it's kind of slowed down, they're still doing all these incorrect practices. And if you look, 3rd highest cause of death in the U.S. is medical malpractice. And that's what's happening left and right. It's not just COVID. It's people making mistakes, and serious mistakes that they should really think about. So it's crazy.
That's crazy that medical malpractice
Trevor,
kills that many people.
One more thing that don't make a lick of doggone sense. I don't care how you do it, it just don't make no sense. All the homeless people y'all got out there in California, out in Los Angeles and San Francisco, people living on the streets and all, you would think that cover would have popped in there and knocked about half of
Exactly.
them.
Yeah, we're talking about that
Should have
too.
been wiped them out if they weren't so, because they're not social
They're
distancing.
the ones going outside. They're the ones not washing their hands, not showering. They're they're doing everything that
They
they
don't have
say.
the best hygiene in the world. I can put it that way.
And they're alive and well. I
George,
see it
George
all the
Carlin,
time.
that won a comedy show, where the comedy segment where he talks about, dude, we used to go take a bath in mud and all this stuff. It's like, you get used to the nature because You know, you're gonna get sick, but you build up the natural immunity, and that's what everyone is not doing right now. They're all locked up. They're like not, you know, they're not getting any vitamin D, which is part of a lot of treatments that doctors are saying is working. So they're all stuck in their house, and then what's going to happen is because now we're saying, okay, well, let's give them some form of, you know, their lives back or whatever. So they let them out, and because they've been stuck in their house this whole time, they haven't built up immunity. So what happens is now you're gonna get that second wave, and what they're gonna do is they're gonna blame it. They're gonna blame it on the people that wanted the, you know, the lockdown to stop. So it's just gonna be like another narrative where we're gonna end up probably having to re-lock up because the cases will go up again, you know, and it's this is all about control right now.
Skip.
Well, they have locked the whole world up. They have forced the whole world to lock themselves up. Then you have to fire a doggone shot.
Yes, sir. I asked the chat if they had any questions for you, Skip, and I got one question from Corn Pop. He wants to know, are you a Christian? Are you a Christian?
Well, yeah, I'm a Christian. I believe Jesus, my Lord and Savior, died for my sins, and I know that I can't do nothing to save myself. That was what Jesus did on the cross for me. Yeah, I'm a Christian.
All right. Another question from Mr. Mark Hidalgo. He wants to know, do you think doctors are more arrogant than they are useful?
You know, that's a hit and miss answer right there. I've known some doctors that way, but I'm gonna tell you what. I have met some doctors that like I had an Indian heart surgeon. He had the personality of a Lay's potato chip bag, and then I had a couple more doctors and dentists that were just as humble and would talk to you and just seemed like good people. And you can usually tell a genuine person in a conversation with them if they're just there to appease you, or they got to spend a few minutes and talk to you about something, or if they genuinely feel the need to want to talk to you and explain things to you. So I don't know. Some of them let it go to the head. I think that's with any profession. You know, you can let the title go to the head doctor.
Yeah, it's just like saying police brutality. You know, it depends on the cop. You can't say all cops are one way. You can't say all white people are one way. All black people, you know, it's anecdotal.
Yeah. Got a pool hall down there on Broad Street. I don't go to now because they ain't open. But it's got a strip joint right next to it, which I don't go over there. Used to, you know, about before I started singing in the choir. But,
those were in your BC days, before Christ.
They keep a police officer out in front of it. And whenever I'd leave the bar, every time I'd leave, I'd always shake his hand and tell him I appreciate him because he was a good officer, you know. And there's some good cops out here. And, you know, I always let them know when I see them or in a position to greet them or whatever. I always tell them I appreciate the service and thank them. Now, whether they're a good cop or a bad cop, I don't know. But maybe if they get enough people telling them that they appreciate them, they'll want to do right, or they will start seeing that they are appreciated and not just hated like a lot of people do. I don't hate the police. Every time I ever got locked up, I deserved it.
Yeah, same here.
So I ain't got nothing against them police.
Same here.
Nothing in the world.
You gotta win the bees with honey.
Yeah, I've earned everything that's come my way. Like you mentioned at the beginning of the call, we reap what we sow. It's all on us.
Exactly. I can't never say that anything bad that's happened to me, I didn't deserve that, plus probably about 10 times more if you want to know the doggone truth. You know, that right there, I thank God for that sometimes. I mean, you know, Jesse does the silent prayer. I do the silent prayer. I don't know if I do it like I'm supposed to, but I'll be laying in bed sometime when I get up in the morning when I get ready to go to sleep, and I won't say a word out loud, but I'm thanking God, you know, for what all He's done for me, for the people He's brought in my life, and just special things that's happened during that day or whatever. And it's like it's a personal relationship. It's like God wants, you know, people say, I'm waiting to hear a word from the Lord. I'm waiting to hear a word from the Lord. Well, the Lord's probably waiting to hear a word from you too. It's a conversation's a two-way thing. So, you know, I enjoyed talking to God and thanking Him, you know. And if you think about it, Trevor, if you really think about it, we've got a whole lot more to be thankful for than we do to be arguing and complaining about. You know, He's done so much for us that that he's done so much for us that sometimes we just overlook it and don't think that he has to, that we have to thank him for it. But,
I agree.
if you
That's
live
the word.
Skip,
when I live a life,
I got
when I
one.
live a life of thank, huh?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I got
I was just
a
gonna say,
question
my life
for.
is happier when I'm in a thankful attitude than I am in a grumbling attitude.
Exactly.
And if more people want to be around me when I'm in a cheerful attitude than when I'm complaining about something. Nobody wants to be around a complainer.
Nobody.
Mm-mm.
I got a question from All Star Playlist. He wants to know what do you do for Easter? I'm assuming he's asking if you celebrate Easter and what do you do?
That's a pagan holiday. I don't have anything to do with it.
My mama said Easter is the devil.
It's a straight pagan holiday.
All right.
Straight up.
That's about all I can say about that. Just like Christmas, I don't celebrate Christmas.
All right.
I got three kids. They all grown now. My oldest daughter's 34, and my next one's my daughter. Second daughter. She's 28. My son's 24. I think or 25. And my middle daughter, her name is Kristen. But ever since the day she was born, I started calling her Toby, T-O-B-Y.
Uh-huh.
And it stuck with her from that first day, so I call her Toby. And she used to call me up around Christmas time and aggravate me. She said, Daddy, I'm going to come down there and stay a few days with you. We'll go get us a Christmas tree and fix the Christmas tree up. She knows I don't do Christmas. And I said, well, you're welcome to come down, Toby, if you want to. If you bring the doggone tree, you're going to put it back in that car and take it with you when you go home.
Yeah.
But instead of the church reaching out to the world, they have brought the world into the church. Do you know what time of the year has more robberies and more crimes committed than any other time of the year?
What, Christmas?
The month of December. The crime rate is higher in December than any other time of the year. That's a fact. You can look it up. You can Google it. That's a fact.
That's facts.
No, I don't do the pagan holidays. I just have a relationship with Jesus, and I try to be nice to everybody. Some folks you can't be nice to. If you can't be nice to them, you just walk away from them. But like I got a neighbor over here. I call her. She's got a green weave in her hair. Black girl. She's as nice as she can be, but she be aggravating the devil too. She'll come over here, knock on the door, want the beer, always want the beer, you got a cigarette. And I finally had to lay it down to her. I said, look here, Diane. I said, I enjoy your company when you come over here. We have a good time talking. I said, but I ain't the dang old store. I said, you ain't gonna get a beer every time you come over here. And I ain't gonna give you a cigarette every time you come over here. I said, you gotta bring something to the table sometime. You don't bring anything to the table.
I agree.
My dad he's a smoker, and he used to always point out when people would ask, "Do you have an extra cigarette?" He'd say, "I don't have an extra cigarette. I don't buy extra cigarettes. I get cigarettes because I smoke, and if I'm going to smoke, I buy my own."
That's right. That's right. You ain't got a cigarette you can spare, do you? No, I don't think so. I got them laid out how many I'm gonna smoke today, and none extra. Or just something. But people will take your kindness, Trevor, for weakness if you don't watch it.
That's
You can
right.
be nice to someone, and you want to be nice, but if they get to the point where they're just taking advantage of it, you got to tell them, look here, if you want a cigarette that bad, you better walk down to the store and get you some, or go somewhere else because you ain't gonna get one here. And is that being ugly to them? No, it ain't being ugly to them. It's just laying it out to them. So look, I ain't your daddy, and I ain't your mama, and I ain't your blue. So you got to go somewhere else and get your cigarettes. But I still fall weak, and I give her one every now and then. Or she'll come over here late at night or something. I told her, I said, don't come. I said, when it's 9 o'clock, I don't care if your house is on fire. Don't come knocking on my door after 9 o'clock at night. I ain't going to answer it. I ain't going to put up with it. You'll make my dogs go to barking. I'm going to have to holler at them, probably wind up popping one of them in the head. Ain't nothing good going to come from it if you come over here after 9 o'clock.
Damn you, Skip!
Well, know, the man's got rules in his house.
That's right.
Well, Skip, we're gonna.
Well, yeah, I've been on here too long, and I know you've got other people want to call.
No worries. Well, I say thank you for calling in.
Yeah, thank you for
Yeah,
calling.
I
Good
just
to
want
hear
to
from
tell
you.
you. Do what?
Good to hear from you. It's nice to talk to you for the first time, you know, outside of the chat rooms.
Well, I appreciate y'all having this channel and giving people opportunities to call up and really just talk about anything, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
You're not, you,
Yeah, people can
and you're not
disagree. We need more
judging
people to
people.
call
You're
and
not judging
disagree.
people. Right. You know, we all can agree on everything, I don't guess. That would be abnormal, I guess. But y'all doing a good job, and I appreciate you, Trevor. You and
Appreciate
Perry
it.
Stone over there.
Me and Millhouse.
And remember, if the conference kicks off, you got a whole network of people. We'll get you out here. You'll find a way. And Matt says you got to stop by Indiana first.
Yeah, me and Matt's been talking about that. I want to go out there and hang out with old Matt for a while. He sends me some cool pictures of out there on the farm and all, and he'll get the syrup out, the sap out the trees. He's walked me through the whole process of how to do it. I mean, he's actually taking the time to take pictures and show me exactly from start to finish, you know, what it looks like. Matt's a good fellow.
He sure is. Well, thank you, Skip. We appreciate it.
And I've met a lot of good people through the chat, Jesse's chat. One more thing. You don't remember a girl named Kelly Jo, do you? She'd be a regular in the chat.
I don't.
That's the first person James Haight called a snake.
Kelly Jo the Snake.
Kelly Jo. Well, anyhow, she lives right on the Florida line, and she got in touch with me, I guess right before, a few weeks before Thanksgiving, and invited me to come down and spend Thanksgiving with her and her family. So I drove down there and met her and her family and eat Thanksgiving with them. And I've got a couple other people that I talked to on the phone from chat, like Stephen Will.
Yep.
You know, we fellowship and talk on the phone sometimes. I've met a lot of good people in Jesse's chat.
Amazing.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Well, look
Okay.
there. I'll talk to you to death. I'll
Okay.
let you go, okay?
Bye, Skip. Thank you.
Y'all take care.
Take care, bro.
Take care,
Bye.
Skip.
That was amazing.
Nice. Good old skippity skip.
Skip McBurney.
Skippity pap.
So the question, Corn Pop, actually was for you, Anthony.
Oh.
Corn Pop want to know, are you a Christian?
Yes, I am. I would say that I probably kind of grew up in Christianity for the most part of my life, but both my parents were they were drug addicts. They were pretty much like out there. They were out there partying, but I would say my adopted father was more into harder drugs, so heroin, and my mom did some LSD, PCP, speed. But my adopted father was probably, because my biological father left when I was around 2. But my mom started going to church, and that's where she met my adopted father. And they, kind of got together and stuff, but my mom knew, like, hey, if I'm going to raise this child, I want to do it right. Because it was really like how can you say, an ultimatum with my biological father. If you can't stop drinking, if you can't stop doing drugs, we just can't work this out. So then when my adopted father came into the picture, kind of the same situation, but he was willing to go through rehab, and he went to an 11-month program. So in that whole process of things, he got sober. He became kind of like one of the counselors there, started helping out. And then after he graduated, he married my mom at this rehabilitation ranch. I was probably like 3 or 4 at the time. And then we had moved to Fontana, so Inland Empire, and then I just kind of, ping-ponged between San Bernardino, Loma Linda, Fontana, just the whole area there. And we ended up doing rehab ourselves. So basically, my dad gets out, he's doing really good, he's an usher, he's helping out in the church and all these things, and then he just had the heart for the drug addict, he had the heart for these people off the street. And so pretty much from maybe I would say 4 to about 9, 10 years old, I lived with anywhere from 15 to 20 women that were coming off drugs, or men. So we did women's rehab and we did men's rehab. There was always food. There was always fellowship. There was always prayer, all these things. And I grew up playing. I used to mess with the guitar. I didn't know how to play it, but my parents bought me like an electric guitar. So I would lead the worship. Like I would do all the songs. This was even from when I was like 2. I was always just into music and just loved, worship and all these things. So I would say I started off, with a good upbringing. I had kind of dodged a bullet with the whole drug stuff. But yeah, I mean, later on in life, like I became a teenager and started struggling with, different sins and just things that would come in and try to distract me and get me off focus. And it just came down to probably around when I was 12. I had this dream. It's kind of a funny dream, right? Because you see all the rapture, like at that time, 90s, 80s, and stuff like that. They had all the
Heaven's Gate and all that.
Yeah, all the different rapture. It's kind of like propaganda to get people saved, right, to some degree. But I knew that was real. I knew what the Bible said about the end days and the last days was, something that was going to actually come down. But I had this dream that we used to live by this Air Force base, and I had this dream that the pilot, I guess, was flying overhead, was trying to land and what have you, and then all of a sudden, my understanding of it was like the rapture happened, and so he was actually Christian, so he basically the plane crashed because he was one of the few that got raptured, and then like I guess I thought at the time that animals and everything. Well, that's another conversation, but like animals get raptured too or something. So that was my thought of it. And I woke up and I was just like really like tormented with this, like, why did I have that dream? Like, because I couldn't find my parents. I was looking for my mom, I was looking for my dad, my sister, and they were all gone. And I was like really scared. So it was around that time that I was like struggling with, junior high issues and just like what friends to hang out with, what friends not to hang out with. And I, asked my mom, I don't understand what's going on. Like I'm struggling with, this reality, like maybe I'm not saved or maybe I don't have Jesus in my life. And so it was just kind of like a confirmation that I needed to confirm, like I needed to say the prayer. Even though I had grown up Bible stories and just knowing, the word and all these things, but I was just like, no, I need confirmation now that I'm kind of age. I want to be able to, have a confirmation that, I've accepted Jesus into my heart. And so, I would say that was kind of like a crucial point. But yeah, I mean, I am a Christian. I worked with youth for, 15, 20 years. I was a youth pastor. I love to fellowship and ministry and evangelism and all those things. It's always been a part of my heart. So even if it's like in music or even if it's like in my job roles or whatever it is, like I always love to dialogue, and I think that's what was a great reason to come out here is because you guys have the same mindset. Just let's talk it out, let's work this out, and bringing positivity to people, just like not having all this. We live in a world that's fallen. We live in basically a time where there is, if you really want to gravitate towards negativity, that's all that you're going to see. That's all that you're going to talk about. We see that, we're conditioned by media. We're conditioned by politics. We're conditioned by our schools. It's all programmed, and unfortunately, because we grew up that way and it's part of our society, it takes God, it takes talking, it takes dialoguing with people that you don't necessarily have the same belief structures and stuff like that to be able to break through that and see that there is decent people out there. There is people that have that mindset. And so I just think that like this is a perfect time. Like if any time when we're in a situation where the world looks like it's just really off its axis and there's things going wrong with society, this is the best time to actually come together. It's the best time to be able to say, you know what, like I may not see, we can argue about, all the news media and all the stuff that we've been seeing about Ahmad and all these other stories that have us, divisive and against each other. But reality is like that's what they want. They want to divide us. They want to pit us against each other. They want a civil war, and that's not what God intended us to be. Whether you believe in God or don't believe in God, the thing is that we all have a moral structure inside of us. We all have something that, whether it's conscience, whether it's our spirit, whether it's God, it's something that's telling us like, listen, you don't have to be pitted against each other. We don't have to fight each other. There's more reasons for us to come together. There's more pros and cons, and
More bros and cons.
yeah, more bros. So I mean, yes, to answer the question, but like my hope is that through conversation, through dialogue, through music, through all these outlets that we have, that we're able to actually. My hope would be to win people to Christ, but if at the end of the day you still don't believe, in Jesus, but planting a seed in somebody and just letting them know, this is where I come from, keep it real as possible, and like let's not be shady with each other. Let's not have these arguments. We're not gonna. There's no one on this planet that believes the exact same thing about all these subjects. Let's look at what we have, and let's come together. Let's have peace of mind. Let's have a spirit of unity and not a spirit of divisiveness. So that's what I would say. It just kind of like sums up what's on my heart right now, I guess.
Amazing.
So.
Question for Trevor from Even Rude Ranger. I did not forget about you. What book do you recommend for him to procure to learn the cool jazzy chord improv stuff you like to play?
I don't read music books, but I recommend, you got YouTube. I think if there's a will, there's a way. And if you just use your ears, I think the ears are the most important thing. Like singers, they wanna sing good, and they could have a decent tonality to their voice, but if they can't hear where they're wrong, it's like I always relate music to life and stuff. You got to be excited to see where you're wrong so that you can correct it. A lot of people always want to be praised for when they're right. They're like, oh, you don't tell me that I'm getting enough praise. You only tell me when I'm wrong. And I think that it's better to only look at what you're doing wrong, because over time, less and less will be wrong. So with music and stuff, you want to learn how to play the piano, just gravitate towards what you like to listen to, and listen to why it sounds the way it does, and break it down. Get a music software program where you can slow it down, or even on YouTube, there's an option to, change the speed, so you could change it, make it 25% the speed. You can watch the fingers, and just, if you really want it, you will. But a lot of people, until they it sounds good to them in the idea in their head, but until they sit down and have to have the discipline to learn it, they're like, I don't want to do this, so, yeah, I don't know any books.
Corn Pop asking, has anyone here ever been gay or experimented?
Well, I think you could answer that.
Yeah, I've always been happy, and I have experimented with being happy. So yes, I would say yes. If you're talking about sodomizing, no. Never been interested in sodomizing. Trevor, keeping baseball music alive. Raymond says piano is like guitar laid out. I don't know. The piano man.
Yes, I know guitar. It's all about chromatic. Guitars. I know guitars are more like you find one shape and you can move it around, and if you know a major chord like this, you can move it around the same way and it'll be the same. But with piano, it's a little more tricky. I think that if you learn the piano, you can understand the guitar more, because piano kind of gives you a direct idea about harmony and why things sound the way they do. I don't know.
I think maybe a little drum break. Have a
Come
great
on
day.
now.
So I'm gonna step aside, let you guys jam for a second.
Cram bomb. I don't know. We never. This is our first time hanging out, meeting. Actually, we knew each other from Instagram. So I don't know what we're gonna do, but whatever we're gonna do, we're gonna do it.
Yeah. Maybe you lead with the
Yeah,
piano,
you-
or
maybe you start.
or you start
yeah.
something,
Just
solo
play-
it in.
Just play something, and I'll just figure out something to play with you.
All right.
Whatever you want.
pretty dope.
Nice. I need a little. And the crowd goes mild.
Skip McBurney said, "Is this a gay intro for someone to call in and say, I'm free at last. No more queer for me."
Yeah, man. You could. If I tell you to call in, but you just called.
What's up? The Credit Solutionist has entered the chat.
What do you know?
She is
Solutionist. Everybody's using it. We'll fix your credit. Come on down. Credit Solutionist. Everybody's using it. We'll fix your credit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's dancing. Everybody's dancing.
Nice. The jazz hands. The jazz hands. Let's see. It's a lovely Saturday. It is a lovely Saturday. Welcome, Black Toria. She says that was nice. It was nice. Yeah, please don't forget hit that like button, share, subscribe, ring the bell.
Make sure you hit that Rogan's up. You can't get enough. Thanks for the super chats. That's where it's at. That's what's up. What else is the word?
Let's see. Question. Anthony, we'll start with you. Is it beta to own a cat?
I don't think so. Oh, well, you're supposed to answer? Go ahead.
Beta to own a cat.
Does an alpha man own cats?
If you're Tiger King.
Okay.
Just kidding.
Even though he was
Yeah.
Female
he
spirit.
did have his mother's spirit and was married to 2 men.
Man, you gotta have like some groin muscles, dude, to like
True.
wrestle with a lion.
What's more alpha, being a dog owner or a cat owner if you're a man?
I don't know. My personal preference is dogs. I am allergic to cats, so I mean it's like a no-brainer for me. But
Yeah, I think cats are cool because they take care of themselves and they're kind of like, whatever, they do what they want. You don't need to play with them. Plus, it sucks to play with them because they scratch the hell out of your hands. But I'd say a dog all the way. I want big dogs. I want like that Russian wolf fighting dog. I forget what it's called, but like it's a giant. They call it the wolf killer.
yeah,
I would love to have one of those. Just a big, big property. Some of those big monsters roaming around.
yeah. Well, the thing is like, what's the use of the animal? Like, what's its purpose? I have a small dog, and I probably, would like a German Shepherd or what have you. But to live in my house, it's like a little big. But the dog is there to, to kind of also be a deterrent for if you have any type of crime or whatever. So for me, it's like a dog all the way because, whether it's super small and yappy, it still provides some level of deterrence, or if it's big and scary.
Right, it's a tool. That's why
Yeah.
they're domesticated. They serve an important function if you can utilize it correctly.
Yeah. I don't know, but I'm not like here to just down cat people, but I just don't know what, like, they don't provide that same tool of, being a deterrent.
I could
For
be
crime.
the contrarian.
It could be
here.
wrong,
I grew
yeah.
up with cats and dogs, and I'll tell you the difference. If cats are more like women. If you know how to deal with cats, you probably know how to deal with women. You know why? Ask me why.
Why?
Because cats, they like to sit high on their pedestals. They look down upon you. And whenever you're like, if I'm playing the piano or playing, the computer or something, they like to lay on anything that you're doing. You know what I mean? And those girls are like that too.
Attention.
If you get a girlfriend, they want your attention, but only on their time.
Right.
It's like if you want to give them cats, right? If you try to call a cat, it'll look at you and be like, So I noticed cats, if you ignore them, all of a sudden they want your attention, and they're like, what about me? And if you feed them, of course, dogs love you no matter what. Dogs are always like, yeah, cool. Even if if you're mean to your dog, whatever, they'll still love you and they'll still fight for you, whatever. But I like cats because cats they're independent, right? They have their space. And growing up with cats, I learned they're not going to be all over me like a dog would be. Where dogs, I like dogs too, but I do agree with you in the sense of tools, because animals are supposed to be tools, man. Nowadays, animals are like children. They replace kids. People have their cats or their dogs.
Oh yeah, the women are they're making peace with the fact that they are too angry and nuts to settle down, so they get these pets to fulfill that void, and it's always going to be there, but they become that crazy cat lady.
And they like pets because pets can't talk back. Pets can't disagree, If pets could talk and say what's on their mind, people probably wouldn't like them. That's why they don't like human beings. They like animals more than humans. But I still like cats because there's something about cats. They have a sass to them, which is why I really am to women. I still love women, of course. So there's something about cats to where they... cats are above dogs, because dogs, even though the dog is bigger and it can kill a cat is smarter than a dog. And if you disagree,
I would agree on that.
you agree? Like cat, I mean,
They're way smarter, much more clever, and they can also hold their own. Like I've seen cats, have a big dog come try and corner it, and the cat just, their reactions are nuts. I've seen cats mess with snakes. They're super fast. They're not scared.
they have 9 lives.
Yeah, 9 lives. They're nuts. They're interesting. I think it'd be nice to have both. Like your dad has Wedo,
Yeah,
super cool cat.
that was my cat.
And they have the dog. What's in it, Jackson.
Oh yeah, that wasn't my cat.
And it's
That's a new dog.
Yeah, but it's cool seeing. It's rare that I see people who have dogs and cats that get along. And I think the cat was actually cleaning the dog.
Yeah. Well, the cat was there first, so he was like his territory, and he had to luckily they're not like the cat's big and the dog's small, so they're equal in size to a sense. So plus they only have each other, and they're not like outside animals, so they gotta figure it out inside.
Do you think it's okay to declaw a cat?
I mean, I don't think you should, because cats, especially depending on where you live, like we've had declawed our cats when I was young, and most of them got eaten by coyotes. They couldn't defend themselves. They can't climb trees.
Exactly.
They can't. I wouldn't. I would just train the cats. You clip their nails so they're not like all sharp.
Yeah, I think you're setting them up you're making them defenseless.
It's like removing a dog's voice box because it barks too much.
Oh yeah, you
Just
heard
get rid
about
of the
that?
get
That's
rid of the
crazy.
dog, or get a bark collar.
Yeah, that's a little bit too much. Like if you're gonna domesticate an animal, like at least let them, bodily autonomy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, don't take away. It's just like, I mean, do you believe that you should clip your dog's nuts?
I think it's okay. So I think it's different with female dog, because they're literally gonna bleed everywhere. So that's
So you mean like cutting their their tubes, or getting their tubes tied?
Yeah, because they'll just have periods everywhere. So I mean, otherwise, like that thing is gonna have to have a diaper on all the time. So I mean, that's part of the thing about domesticating animals. Like there's gonna be some trade-offs. So
And male animals too will spray everywhere. I'm a fan of getting them fixed. I'm not gonna, it's like,
yeah.
there's people who get themselves fixed.
But there's also the misconception that like they're just gonna get out and go
Get
mate.
pregnant.
I mean, it's really like that's just the owner. It could be like laziness, but it also could just be a really smart cat or dog. Usually it's the cats that get out quicker. So
Yeah, they'll squeeze by you. They'll be waiting for you to open that door, and then when you do, boom.
Yeah, Skip, just like you, he said, I had a girlfriend who had a cat, and she couldn't let it out because she declawed it, and it couldn't climb a tree to get away from the dogs. Yeah, it sucks. Poor thing.
wow.
Let me see. Mine not cut. But if you ever had one with a tail, you would know why they need to be cut at birth. Rots eat their own tail. Wow. So I guess Rottweilers will eat their own tail. So it's important you cut their tails at birth.
Otherwise, their tails will rot.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Where do you take your dog when they eat their own tail?
To
the retail store.
Well, this is my question. So, like, if that's a natural occurrence, why did they do it? Is it have health benefits if they eat their own tail? Because if
I
they're
think,
not domesticated,
He says here they tend to attack it when they eat. When they're eating, it triggers a response, and maybe they see it wagging. I don't know. Maybe they're that dumb that they think it's like another competitor, so they just.
well, I guess my question would be, what is a Rottweiler? Is it a unique breed that's been around for a long time, or is it something that's been like interbred and?
It's a good question. I'm not sure. Why do
I have no idea.
Why do dogs chase their tails? I don't know.
because they're dumb.
Yeah, I think dogs are not. They're nice. They're not always the smartest.
It depends on what kind of dog it is.
Yeah, that's true.
The breed has to do with it.
What do you think the saying "you dumb dog" comes from?
Well, it's probably from interbreeding. It's just like incest to some degree. Like if you keep breeding the same animal, the same breed, they actually just get dumber and dumber. So it's like Malteses are like a good example of that. I mean, Malteses are really stupid. But if you...
I don't like Pomeranians, those little yappers and ankle biters, and they're like... They've always been kind of mean,
Yeah,
in my experience.
and if you have like a two, what would it be? What am I thinking?
A fighting dog?
No, like two different types of dog mixed together, like two different breeds.
Oh, a
yeah.
mutt.
Yeah, if you have a mutt, they tend to be smarter for whatever reason.
Do you think it's the same with people?
I've heard that, but then like they say like, oh, mutts can be stronger immune systems. Like they try to use that logic with people, and it's okay to just keep mixing. But I think that there's some trickery in some of that knowledge. It may or may not. I don't believe it anymore. I used to think like, yeah, of course, just mix everything. But I think there's some strength in purebreds, and some, because if some of them like bulldogs, nose issue, like breathing issues, respiratory issues. So
Yeah.
being purebred doesn't really help.
No, I definitely don't think it's like one way or the other. I think there's
Well, why are purebreds more expensive than the mutts that you would get from a pound or something?
Because they have the best of their qualities versus having a watered down.
specific strong genes.
Yeah.
There's benefits, pros and cons.
They just look good too. Purebreds, they're
You know what they are.
Yeah,
what the
exactly. You're
heck
not
is this-
guessing what the hell
What is
is
this
that.
dog?
I've seen some weird ones like wiener dog mixed with Labrador. It's just like a stretched out Labrador. It's weird.
You know that they have it's a poodle that's also, I don't know what they call it, but it's a poodle and a shepherd.
That's
Maybe it's a
crazy.
Shoodle or something like that.
A German Shoodle.
Yeah, but it has more of the qualities. The poodle qualities seem to always be stronger when you mix. So
Interesting.
it looks just like a big, huge poodle with a little bit more fluff.
Like more muscles.
Maybe a little bit, yeah, maybe, and some fluff, but it doesn't look anything like a German Shepherd.
I know they use poodles to get those hypoallergenic dogs like Labradoodles.
Yeah. That's a benefit too of the interbreeding because some people just can't hang with allergies. So
Yes, sir. Dogs are not gay like cats.
Yeah, actually, I disagree. You find more dogs humping each other than cats.
Yeah, cats are just rough. They just hear, and they're just making all kinds of noise. Looks painful.
I heard pigs are pretty gay.
Pigs, interesting. They just don't care what they're
Well, that's
humping.
because they'll eat anything and they'll mate with
they'll
anything.
bang anything.
Yeah, there was a so my brother-in-law and sister-in-law they were just driving down the street and they saw this pig, and it was like a pretty large-sized pig, not huge, but not even close to a farm. It was like, what in the world is this thing doing? It's just like in the middle of like some intersection. So they get out and they're like trying to call it, so they like obviously doesn't get hit, become roadkill. They get out and the pig goes towards my brother-in-law, and he starts getting humped to death by this pig. And then my sister-in-law, same thing. She's like, trying to get the pig, and then it just goes for it on both of them. So yeah. interesting story.
Wow. Well, what's up with the chat? Who we got?
We see. Oh yeah, we got a call-in number, guys. So the line is open.
Feel free to call us. 818-308-5559.
Every Mexican has a dog named Oso at one point. Yeah.
Bear.
Or bear, yeah, bear in English. I know a German Shepherd breeder. If you want white, silver, or traditional, he has them. Good to know. I've always wanted a German Shepherd.
I like
the,
German Shepherds.
the canine dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think those are pretty smart, and like Dalmatians are pretty smart too, right?
They say that they're not great around kids because they're temperamental. But
Good,
they're
I don't like
smart.
kids.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's see.
German Shepherds are great.
Queen Butterfly says she has somebody. Her friend's dog has been humping the hell out of the stuffed animal for months.
Was it a Click? Remember Click with that?
Exactly.
sound?
Yeah.
I kept on humping
I
the
was
dog.
like, quit humping the dog!
You know what kinds of holes in
He is family. I'm tired of waking up and one of them are humping Stacy's legs. She sleeps hard and doesn't know. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, when I was little, they brought a sheepdog around us, and he was probably as tall as me standing up. And that dog tried to hump the hell out of me. And at first I was just like laughing, and then my dad's like, "Get away!" and just pulled me out of it. And I looked down and you see his little thing. I was like, "Yeah, no, not cool." You know, so you got to get those dogs off of you.
Yeah. That's probably
Black
one of those
Toria.
things you gotta open up with.
Yeah.
Jesse Peterson's heaven.
Victoria, give us a call. You know the number, 818-308-5559.
Open up about that trauma, man.
Yeah, we got our guest here, Iconoclast Music. You can find them on Instagram at Iconoclast Music, right?
Yeah. Very complicated.
If you suck at spelling, then yeah, maybe you're not gonna find it. But
ICONOCLAST. Music.
music. And then can they find anything on other platforms they can find you on?
Yeah, I'm on Facebook under the same. I have a Twitter, but I don't like Twitter too much. But I'm on there too, so hit me up on either one.
All right. So yeah, give us a call, guys. Don't be shy. Victoria, it's always good talking to you. You got some interesting insights. Let's see. They have young ones. Also know a guy in Illinois that does pits. I'm going to talk to you, Matt, because when I get that land, I want pits. I want dogs like that. I want pit bulls and German Shepherds and just man dogs.
Imagine having just like 10 of them in like your yard.
That would be so
You know,
sick.
there's a lot of betas that get man dogs because they want the appearance. It's like people that go to the gym and stuff. But an alpha is not just somebody who is physically looks like a man and has a dog that looks like a man's dog. I think it's an inner thing, It's like there's something about cats. It's like if you know how to deal with cats, like how at the end of the day it's anger and it's that spirit. Well, if you know how to deal with a cat and make a cat like you. Because most people don't like cats, I find. Like a lot of people don't like cats. Maybe not most, but there's a lot of people that hate cats. And if you can really get a cat to you can control a cat with your body language and certain things. Because I grew up with them. And I didn't always like cats. It's just my sister always liked cats. And so we had kittens and all these kind of animals around. And yeah, I don't know where I'm going with this.
Just having it doesn't make you a man. But the reason why I want it, if I get my, dream of having land and property in like a natural area, like in the woods or in the mountains, I want to have them as guard dogs. To be efficient, to be a pack of them, so that if there's coyotes or wolves, they're not going to get outnumbered because those animals hunt in packs and they can really mess your animals up. So I want to have a good number so they can hang and deal with threats. Not just because they're big and mean, but because they're capable.
Yeah, what's your guys like?
Unknown caller.
Oh, right.
There we go. There's a question.
Call from.
Corn Pop.
To accept, press 1.
The real Corn Pop.
What's up, Corn Pop? You on the air?
What's up, fam?
What's up, fam bear?
How are you guys doing this evening?
Amazing.
All's well, man.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, trick, yeah.
What's on your mind, Pop?
Man, just wondering what you guys are up to, man. Making a little music tonight. You guys have a wonderful chat. It's good to see everybody. We're missing T, though. Where's T Warrior?
I know. Yeah, I'm not sure where he's at tonight. He's probably making some babies.
Probably.
He probably is. knowing him, you'd know it. He is making a coffee-colored baby, and thank the Lord, you know, another little American. We love tea.
That's right. Another
Base.
little base Texan baby.
Bill Gates is
You're doing right.
depopulating, and he's doing the opposite.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only thing we can do. Support businesses that we think we should
Lin Yin
support,
Shin.
and
Lin Yin Shin.
and have babies.
The robot. Lin Yin
Baby
Shin,
Wilson.
where is he at?
So anything
That was
on
a
your
good little
mind,
thing
bro?
going
Anything
on
on
last
your
night. That was a
mind?
nice little melody.
Anything on your mind?
Yeah.
Well, man, I was just wondering if, well, I mean, I was just wondering, Anthony,
Yeah, what's up?
did you say that your mom and dad got divorced when you were younger?
No, well, so my mom wasn't married to my biological father, so they were actually never. Yeah, they were never married. But she got
You were born out of wedlock?
Yes, I was born out of wedlock, and actually, I not to get into too much detail, but my mom did have. There was I basically had another sibling, but it didn't work out. So
Yeah.
I don't know why I went there, but
That's all right.
yeah, it just came to mind.
And you had another sibling. Where is
Well-
your sibling?
So I have a, I guess, not technically blood, but my adopted father, he had a son in another relationship. So I have him. He's in Chicago right now. I have a half sister, which is from my adopted father. So my mom and my adopted father, and then me. So she's really like my closest relative, I would say. We grew up
Yeah.
together. So.
Was your mother or your sister
She's my
your closest relative?
my closest, like, actual sister that I have a relationship with. Because I have another sister from my biological father, but she's been out of the picture now for 5 years. And before that, long story is, we didn't know each other for about a good solid 20 years. She used to take care of me when I was like 2 or 3, and then she was out of the picture because my dad split, and she went away, you know, with her family. So
Oh, that's
a lot,
cool,
a
man.
lot of I would say a lot of broken
big family.
relationships.
Right. If you have a big family, how was your relationship with your father?
Which one, biological or adopted?
Your biological number one. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So interestingly enough, you know, my dad was an alcoholic, and he basically, my mom made him an ultimatum and said, hey, you know, long story short, now that I'm pregnant, you know, we need to get our lives right, get off of drugs. And, you know, she said, you know, if you can't get off this alcohol, long story short is we can't be together. And so he chose alcohol over the family. And that was kind of like his thing.
Did you see him get drunk and stuff like that, or was this stuff you heard?
I do not remember him. I've seen pictures of when he was like, you know, faded or whatever, but nothing like, you know, I didn't experience the trauma of the drugs necessarily. But he basically bounced, and then 20, 25.
Did your mom run him off? Did she run him off from the house?
She gave
And
him
out
an
of your life?
She gave him an ultimatum. He decided to not be in the family because he was so addicted to alcohol.
Did he tell you that?
About that.
No, he didn't say that to me. I just remember.
How do you feel about towards her?
How do I feel about what?
Do you think she was right in intervening and stepping between you and your father so you weren't exposed to the the trauma of being around an alcoholic?
Yeah, I dodged a bullet for sure. I mean, honestly, I dodged a bullet from a few different angles just because, you know, the drug world was just prevalent in my family at that point. And I think it was because of a lot of broken relationships from growing up. And so I definitely dodged a lot of bullets. But it doesn't mean that, like, you know, I still had. I miss my biological father, even though he was out of my life since I was 2.
Is he still alive?
He actually died 5 years ago. So, long story short is that he was looking for me. So he's an American Indian. So he was looking for me, and he wasn't too, he wasn't like tech savvy or anything. So he didn't know computers much, but he had a friend that like was able to get him, this computer all set up. So he was looking for me, searching for me. He actually gave his life to Christ, thankfully, but he was still struggling with the alcohol. And long story short is he was in a hotel with a friend, and they were doing like somewhat of a Bible study, like impromptu Bible study, but they were still both drinking. So he ended up dying of a stroke inside of the hotel.
Wow.
Yeah. So I mean,
Terrible, man. And my condolences. I'm very sorry to hear that.
yeah, no worries. It's so to kind of like bridge that story, I found out about him dying because my sister reached out to me through Facebook, and on Facebook, it said his name. So I was tripping out. I was like, why, is this my dad contacting me? And she had made an account because he had died, and so she was reaching out that way. And so I was really confused. Like there was a lot of like confusion. There was a lot of like, just a lot of emotions. You can imagine like not knowing your father for like 20 years or whatever, and then all of a sudden he just pops up out of the blue. So she's like, you need to call me. So this is your sister. She calls me, and then she tells me, yeah, dad died. He just passed away, and he died essentially. I think it was like the day before my birthday or something like that. So it's like 5 years ago. And so she reached out to me, and she basically said, this is what happened. And so we started hanging out. We were talking. We were just like, catching up with each other. And it was going good for about a year. And then she, like my dad, kind of like goes off into a thing where, she has some issues of her own, like we all do. But issues that it was like, because I think she viewed me as somewhat of a goody two-shoes, or just, you grew up in a Christian home and all this stuff, like, I think she didn't want to expose me to a lot of what was going on. There was some abuse with boyfriends and things
right.
of that
She wanted to protect your sister. Right. She just wanted to protect you from the mess that you were almost subjected to. Thank goodness to, your mom. Let me ask you a question. What are you more like your dad as far as personality and character traits? And how are you like your mother?
I could say that I really don't know much about my biological father other than what my mom has told me and what like my aunt and my grandma's told me. But they say that mannerisms for sure. Like I have a lot of his mannerisms. There is like a little bit of kind of like dry humor, I think, in the family. So that like runs. That's kind of my thing. Dry humor. Characteristics, I would say like I know he had a lot of addiction problems, and I feel like I like how it's positive and negative, like good things that you do. Like I'm the type of person when I get into something, like I really just go all out.
I'm the same way.
Like when I'm not working out as much as I used to, but when I first started going into the gym, like I just went ham, and like I almost became almost like a bodybuilder.
Your dad worked out. Was he a real stout? He was a stout man.
He was a surfer, so right. He actually had a lot of he had a lot of agility, and he was into a lot of physical type of activity. He was well known in San Diego as one of the better surfers at the time. So like
wow, that's hard surf, man. That's like Laguna Beach and all that, right?
Yeah,
that's some tough big waves.
I actually went to San Diego Ocean Beach.
Yeah, it's like real tough or something, to surf down there, in that area.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But that's achievement. Yeah, you have to be strong, man, or you'll drown to death.
Or you'll drown to death.
That's amazing.
My mom
So how
always
about your
told me
mother?
that I had
Were
his
you like
feet.
your mom?
My mom always told me that I had his feet because like the feet are supposedly like a really big factor to how well you surf. You know, you gotta have those big toes and those long toes. So
Here
Wow.
they say
Yeah.
about big feet. Big sucks.
So how old were you when you were born? How old were you? How old were you when? How old was he when you were born? Put it that way. Yeah.
they had to be like
So-
I would say they'd have to be in their late 20s, early 30s.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So
Okay. So you don't remember? How old were you when he left?
I was about 2 years old. From what I recall, and it could be either my mom told me or just my recollection, is that he gave me like a birthday card, like around my second birthday, and like I think some socks, and like I never saw him again.
That sucks.
That sucks.
Hey. He went out for a pack of cigarettes and never came back. Kind of thing.
Yeah.
Is that how you? Did it always kind of piss you off, or?
Did it piss me off?
Yeah.
I think unknowingly, unconsciously it did when I was growing up, and I think that's why I would say I've always been a skeptical person. Just skeptical in general, like always questioning things, always wanting to know more, and I think part of that had to do with the fact that I didn't know enough about my dad, so I did have some resentment, I would say, probably in my late teens, and I didn't realize it to a certain point. And there was a time in my life where I just said, I don't know if I'm ever going to find my father again. I don't know if I'm going to have a relationship with him. I'd like to know my lineage, like the whole, going back into Oklahoma, he was a Choctaw Indian. I'd like to, kind of discover that. But at a certain
Mississippi
point...
Choctaws, right? Yeah, they're from Mississippi. They were on the Trail of Tears, but they live in Oklahoma. That's where they were all removed in history.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Wow.
Yeah.
That's something else.
Choctaw Indian.
I like Indian.
Did
American history.
Did your mom resent? Like, did she show that she had a resentment towards your dad?
No.
No.
Did she ever talk negative about him to you?
I have to say, like, my mom is like one of the purest people that I know. Like, her heart is just really pure. I mean, of course, everyone has sin, but I think it's like, you grow up seeing, your mom, and she just like, I don't know, she just has a way about her that's just really pure, and I still have a relationship with her. And,
Why do you think that such a virtuous person, would take a chance on a dude like your dad? He's a surfer, he's a drinker, he's an Indian. Honestly.
I think there was a lot of this is just my opinion, but I've also heard this story several times. There's just so many issues with broken relationships, throughout history. If you look at the Bible, you'll see like broken relationships left and right, and there's always some sort of what I would call like a generational curse. And so with my grandfather dying tragically, I think of like a heart condition, it left my grandmother just with no second person there to like help raise predominantly girls and then one boy. And so they all kind of had their quirks and different things that happened with them. And I think my mom, just kind of got into different, relationships, different drugs and things of that nature, just because of the fact that the dad was, dead at such a young age, and probably my grandma just struggling with, making ends meet and having 4 kids, back in whatever, like I would say the 60s or something like that.
Are you close to your grandmother as well?
She died quite a while ago, and I was close to her. And that was a really unfortunate time because she had, you may or may not know this, but when elderly people have hip issues, specifically when they break their hip, there's an 80% mortality rate once they're over a certain age. And so what happened was she was in the bathroom and she fell down, broke her hip, and she was just like in pain. Had the ambulance come, and then what happened was in the middle of her surgery for her hip, she had a stroke. So then she basically had half her body shut down, and she was in hospice for like 6 months or something like that. So it was really rough. But yeah, that once you blow out your hip at that age, it's just like it's downhill.
I feel like I was talking about this that I've
Yeah,
heard. I don't know if it's exactly
That's
true
at that point.
that old people,
You know?
they don't fall and break their hip. Supposedly their hip goes out and then they fall. It's reversed. I don't know.
There it is.
Just
Yeah.
whatever.
We were discussing this last night.
That's
It
what I'm
breaks
saying. That was weird.
when you
Like,
break,
yeah.
right, Trevor? And then it breaks and then you fall.
Yep, they get real brittle bones.
Yeah, so
Or spoons.
I mean, I just think, like, you know, we can look at all the things that happen in our lives and we can translate it as, you know, this was a tragic situation, this was, you know, a bad situation. But somewhere along the line, we have to come to the reality that God had a plan in the midst of it. And that's kind of like where I'm at with things. Like, I've made peace with my father. I've made peace with my sister. I don't know if I'll ever see her again. And I hope I do. I try to reach out to her. But the thing is like, are we gonna lay there and like allow like those types of broken relationships to make us who we are? Like, it is gonna affect us. It is gonna be part of what happens. But like, if you just sit there and wallow in the misery of it and like allow these things to just like take over your life, you're just gonna become a bitter person, and you're gonna become.
That's a good question. I mean, how cope?
What was that?
How do you
I
cope?
mean, how to cope? What was the
Well,
recipe?
you know
to
that.
cope with all that, man?
I mean, there's no easy answer. I mean, I would say definitely like having Jesus in your life, having God in your life is gonna do a lot of it. But it's also your own work. It's you having to work these things out in your mind. And the thing is that we all have blind spots. You know, we all have like triggers that set us off because of the traumas that we faced in life. You know, we put them away like a filing cabinet. You know, stuff that happened to us when we were 2, 5 years old, 9 years old. You know, different traumas that have happened. And what happens is like when you file those things away, you're gonna experience somebody that reminds you of the person that hurt you. And so what happens
Right.
is you
Other
open.
than the divorce, was there anything traumatic that happened to you when you were a child?
Yes, I would say one thing that stuck out, and it's, you know, different traumas happen to different people, but one thing that happened to me was my uncle was looking for my aunt, and he was also an alcoholic. But the only time that I was, this was one of the only times when I was alone with my grandma, and she was just watching me, and he basically busted down the door, broke the window, and you know, was looking for my aunt. He grabbed my grandma by the hair, pulled her, was yelling at her, and I'm 2 years old, 3 years old, and you could just imagine, like, I'm helpless. Like, what can I do? You know, I just seen it. It's crazy. I seen this today. There was a woman from Australia, and because of this whole
What did he
COVID-19.
do? Did he grab grandma? Did he touch you down there?
No, I haven't been sexually abused. But what I was trying.
Bob, I mean, I didn't know where that was going. That was real violent, and then I pictured you fighting him, and either getting backhanded or the uncle was crazy.
Yeah,
Like, you
yeah.
know, that was.
There's
I'm
definitely a
not
lot
trying to break
going on
rhythm,
there.
and I'm not being funny, man. I thought, what happened? You said he abused you, so I picture getting backhanded physically, or, you know, he grabbed you downstairs.
No, nothing to that extreme. But like, my point here is that it was a traumatic situation where I saw my grandma defenseless against a large man. And I'm here 2, 3 years old, and I can't do anything because I'm also small.
Is it your grandma as in his mother?
Or your mom's mom.
Or your mom's mom.
My mom's mom.
Okay.
Yeah. And so, like, what I was going with is, like, I seen this mom in Australia who was protesting the COVID lockdown, and here she is just, you know, with the sign, there's social distancing, she just has a sign, and her son's with her. These police from Australia come, and they literally are ripping the son away from the mom,
I saw that.
and he's, like, defending the heck out of her.
Remember that video?
Yeah, the Australian mom. She wasn't
You
doing
might have sent it to
anything.
me. You might have been the one.
Yeah.
that sent it.
She was just
Yeah,
standing
so
there.
that's how you felt. You were defending Grandma, and you felt powerless because he was so large. So you tried to intervene, but, you know, you made sure that, you know, so in that point, seeing your eyes, you know, your eyes setting on that, it was traumatic. And
Yeah.
I can see how that would be traumatic.
So-
a kid your age, grandma get tossed around by their hair, that's crazy stuff.
So what I was saying by that is, like, you know, I saw this young man, you know, defending his mom, but he couldn't do anything because he wasn't strong enough. And so, like, the way I translate that now is, I've always had, and I didn't, it's funny, like, I feel like I just discovered this like 2 weeks ago or something. I've always had this thing about protecting women. Like, I know it's like a male thing, right? Like, it's usually like, that's kind of just built in us, but I feel like it's more of like a really strong pet peeve. Like, anytime any of my friends that were girls, like, were hit on by a guy just kind of randomly, just like, you know, throwing out like crazy cat calls and stuff, like, what the heck's your problem, dude? You know, like, I'd be way younger, but like, I don't care if you're like 40, 50
But
years
like
old.
the,
Like, I would
you
pick-
mean there's dudes throwing out cat calls at your friends?
at my friends that were
That's,
girls.
you know, they were sexually harassed?
Yeah, sexually harassing, just being sexually harassive and stuff like that. I was always like, there would be like a boldness in me that would come out of me and just be like, boom, like, you're not gonna do that.
Yeah,
And,
I've always been a fan of being like kind of an innocent, flirty thing, but I'm like in tune with people in general and girls, and I can tell when they're not into it.
yeah, there's
And
a different
fall back.
spirit.
Like, I'm not gonna be
Yeah.
like, you know, I know that there's some people that just
Trevor-
whistle and act a certain
Trevor,
way.
this is for both you guys. Is it the same thing? Does it feel flattering whenever a gay guy flirts with you or a pretty girl
You'd have to
flirts
ask
with you?
Richard.
Is it the same flattery?
I can
Both
answer
of you.
that
Anthony,
question.
first. Hold on, Trevor. Anthony, you first.
Is it the same provocative? I think
No, it's just them, you know, being flirtatious with you. Is it as flattering? Is it equally as flattering to you, Anthony, as it is a woman?
Specifically me.
Well,
I
no,
mean-
I'm saying you first, then Trevor, and then, you know, then Rich, man.
I mean, it's happened before, but I mean, like, I don't know. I feel like I don't put myself out there in the sense of like to get that type of like, I don't know, to get that type of response from people. So I would say it's a rarity, because I just don't put myself in those situations. But sometimes it's happened, and it's kind of like,
But nonetheless, it's flattering, correct?
Would you say it's equally flattering?
I don't know if it's flattering. It's like I
to a woman
actually.
complimenting.
I actually feel like
Yeah.
I'm an awkward person when it happens. Like I don't know what to do. Like I'm like,
So it's not the same as being flattered by a woman then. Like you're not gonna get awkward when a woman says, "Oh hey, you have like nice arms."
it's awkward no matter what to me.
Really
Yeah.
weird.
It's awkward because I'm not used to it. Yeah.
What about you, Trevor? Is it equally flattering?
well, I only get compliments by guys when I'm wearing my Daisy Dukes, my high shorts.
Oh, my goodness.
So
And you have a golden freaking afro
yeah.
pushed out.
No, actually, I think men and women are different, right? And women are different in the sense of they're not usually the complimenters, but I have had girls say certain things, but it's definitely not as common. So a guy is usually the pursuer, right? So if a guy's gay and he's gonna say something, it's kind of, I just know guys are dirtier in the sense of sexually, like, you know, usually in a relationship with a woman and a man, the woman is the sex dealer and the man's the addict, and he's gonna be like trying to get sex. And she's going to be like, no, 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 and controlling him with the sex in some way or another. So two guys, it's like they're both the ones who be like, yeah, we're both the addicts, and we're going to get it from each other. So to me, it's like, I know that I don't give off the vibe that I'm gay, you know, and well, I hope.
I mean, besides the Daisy Dukes,
Yeah,
you would never know.
Only when I'm not the dude.
Right. No,
So I think
no,
that when
I'm
the
not
guys,
saying neither of you guys, you know, I'm not saying you do. I'm just saying it just seems different to me if there's, I'm not flattered by it. You know what I mean? If,
yeah, no, when the
I
guys
typically
do
think
it,
innocent, but
well, I
if
would
it
say
did,
if a guy does
know?
do it, gay guy does do it. I think that he's trying. I think they're testing you, you know, like trying to either like they're like vampires. They want to make you gay. They want to make you
Yeah,
uncomfortable.
like Tiger King.
In
How-
some kind of way, and so I just be like, man, I don't swing that way or whatever. Like I'm not gonna be rude or anything like that, but I let them know. And but I
Yeah,
have
you're not
had
gonna say,
gay
hey,
people try to
you
like
know.
convince me
Yeah.
and have conversations
Right.
and be like, well, maybe you don't know you're gay.
Yeah.
Maybe you're pansexual or like whatever. Like, why do you say that? Like, I'm not.
I'll say, Corn Pop, that it's not equally flattering at all
No.
because it's not the same spirit. Yeah, a woman's still manipulating in a sense. You know, it's that same female spirit that's working through the gay guy. But at least with the woman, it's like, oh, great, I like women, so if she says, you know, you look good or I like the way you're dressed, and, you know, it's like, cool, all right, I'll take that. When the guy says it, you're like, you're not getting in my pants, bud. You know?
Yeah, because you know.
You
it's-
just know that that's what it is. They're just
it is a different
hypersexual,
spirit.
and it's like, no, that's not at all flattering.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make me mad. I don't hate them. But yeah, I'm not gonna at all accept it the same way I would take a woman's compliment.
Hey, Corn Pop, are you still friends with Dooger?
Who?
Dooger.
Dooger.
Who is that?
Dooger gay.
Oh, you little devil.
You little
Now
devil.
you're just, I mean, Anthony, have you ever had a homosexual experience with a man?
No, I have not.
Come on, man. Not once. You ever
Come on, man. Like you don't believe me, or come on, man.
Or like, come on, man, like the act.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, you know, it's LA, dude. I mean, I live in the country, so we picture like in LA, like it's just Sodom and Gomorrah.
That doesn't mean straight people are. But I'm sure, yeah, West Hollywood.
Oh, I'm
There you
saying
go.
that. Yeah, the standards.
You want
You
to go
guys have
camping?
to be around more per capita than we do.
What was that?
And does it compromise? You know, have you ever felt like you've had to compromise your integrity in order to be out there in the world?
There was this one gig, man, and they were offering me $100, man.
You know what's funny, Corn Pop? Why is it that I saw this meme, and I think it was fairly true. Actually, Matt, Trevor's buddy, Limo Matt, he posted a meme asking why is it that pretty much most, not all, but most lesbians always end up looking like an up to no good little thug, but you don't see them look like a fine, upstanding gentleman. They always take that persona of the shaved head, walking tough, but they don't walk around like a dapper gentleman. What's up with that?
Right, because the industry, both industries, think the pro-LGBT STT community took over the rap community, as you can see. So it hijacked it, and it's injected its ideology into the rap scene now. So to be, you know, even in blackness, you know, you have to accept that homosexual spirit into the whole thing, or you're not. You know, hey man, hold on, no, Ray Ray's gay over there, so you got to be cool, man. You know, I mean, don't be talking about that old shit over here, dude. You know, so like G and all that at the same time, but they're starting to wake up though. They know that G and PPs don't mix out, you know, but you know it's not. But they're trying to merge them, and they're trying to fuse them. But I don't really think they've done it quite yet. But there's a little something going on. Y'all noticed?
Well, if a lesbian has chooses, because you know, like if a man has a bun, it's called a man bun. But if a lesbian has a bun, is it called a wool man bun?
Right. I've seen it. Yeah, it's some femdom stuff, you know, probably. They want to seem more smart, dominant.
You know, the thing
So
that
they
is
wear a
interesting to
bun.
me, right? If you're straight, just straight, right? You don't have to make you don't have to be you know, show it in a you know, show the world that you're straight or be sexual or overly sexual. You just it's your lifestyle and you're straight, right? But I notice like when it comes to culture, right? Because there's no straight culture, or people will say that straight culture is just normal. Oh, everyone's straight, and then there's the gay people, like right, and the LGBT community and stuff has a culture to it. So it's like really just sexualized.
Like the parades.
Yeah, like the parades and stuff. Like they're wearing like
strap-ons and
all
leather.
kind of stuff like that. And to me, it's just interesting because it's like it's obviously it's just a strictly sexual thing. At least that's the way I see it when because
It is.
yeah, like it's how do you say that? Like I care more about the kids, right? And not imposing sexuality on anybody, especially kids. Like I don't want to like if I try to convert a gay person to be straight, I'm homophobic. But it's perfectly fine for gay people to try to convince you and turn you gay. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's a weird double standard. Because I'm for equality. So
Yeah, you do what you want in your own life. Just don't impose your culture on other people, or redefine it. Like, hey, since when is being proud of your orientation equal a display of hypersexuality? If you're proud of it, why not show your families or how good you are? But the parades can just be about sex, so it seems like they value sex above all things.
or it's part of
Well,
their
I think
identity.
really,
You know?
it's the evil versus the good. We were taught to be humble. They're taught to be prideful. And Lucifer's cast out of heaven because of the pride, right? So that's a way to get more in touch with Lucifer. Whenever we go to get closer to God, we better humble ourselves before the Lord. And the pride, pride comes before fall. But they glorify pride.
I don't have, when I think of my identity and who I am, my sexuality is not a part of that. Like, I don't include that to who I am. But I notice a lot of people on the other side, they have this identity from it where it becomes who they are, and it's like, I just want to be who I am and express who I am. But I think that's a problem in anybody to have some sort of identity, getting it from those kind of things, like whether it's culture, sexuality, anything worldly.
Right. Exactly. It's like the thing that defines, let's just say this, there's a gay guy named Dwight, right? And then it's like, well, who's he? And then, he comes into the party, but it's a gay party. This is how I picture it. And it's like, oh, who's that? Oh, that's Dwight. He's a power bottom. Delicious. Do you get what I'm saying? That defines Dwight is not a bear or whatever it is. The bigger one, he's the other one. You know what they call him?
What is it, tops or bottom?
The power bottom dude. The twink. He'd be the little one, right?
You tell
me. But he's different.
Yeah.
What defines them is their flesh. Every bit, you got the fat one, the skinny one. I really don't know all of the classifications of gays, but everything is about, a second pecker, man. And, bears are bigger. This is what I've learned in the last year. I'd ask a friend, what's a bear? What is this? What is, oh, man, okay.
But I will say,
sexual.
I have known, and I've had, it's like, I have friends that are black, or I have friends that are gay. Not comparing gays to black, but it's the same phrase. But I have known people that I've worked with or, hung out with or whatever that didn't do that. That were not being, sexual or living that way. They were like gay or whatever, but they weren't trying to make me gay. It didn't become an issue, but it's rare. It's more rare than the other way around, and the other way around, you know what I'm saying? That.
It is, because they have their own network. They're branching out into your Christian network. Whenever they step into your field, they already have their LGBT community that will BF them and do all kinds of stuff and help them out and, whatever, right? Then when they branch out, they step into other communities, they're spreading their gospel, just like you're spreading yours.
Yes, sir.
Were we talking about LGBT?
Interesting.
Whatever you want to talk about, Dan.
No, I'm just saying, like...
Are you trying to tell us something, Anthony?
Yeah.
Anthony, you little devil. What did you say?
No. What I was gonna say is like there's definitely a big stronghold within the world as in regards to
You
media.
behave, big stronghold. What did you stop me? Stop it. I'm joking. Anthony, go ahead, man. I was playing.
No. I was just gonna say. I mean, I seen this like about a month ago, but you know, there's this whole thing with the transgender movement to really promote. I guess you would say gender equality or what have you. And it like we probably chatted a little bit about it, but it was like Nickelodeon, on their Instagram page and Cartoon Network and all that stuff, and it's just like, hey guys, we just want to let you know, we're cool with this.
Yeah, how do you feel about transgender story time, Anthony? About them reading to children.
Transgender story time
How
or
do you feel?
the drag
drag king
the
story.
drag queen. Oh yeah, I mean I'm totally against it because if you look at the way that they kind of parade and just it's really like it's getting worse and worse. Like at first it was just like dude is just kind of like dressed up like a drag queen or whatever, but now it's like becoming.
No, Anthony, I know you're against it. I'm just wondering, what do you think about that, man? And what do you think? Do you think we should stand up and go in there and say, hey, this isn't right? And would you be willing to do that?
I would say that you need to be led by the Spirit if you're going to definitely go and do something like that, because you're intermixing with the spirit world at that point. And the thing is that the Bible talks about how like when you're of a worldly mind, when you're of like the worldly ways, you're not going to understand a Christian going in there and just blasting you. Now, I'm not saying that we shouldn't do it, but I think that you have to definitely go in there with you're gonna have to go in there with some sort of tactic, and you have to go in prayer if that's something that you're gonna do.
I would say these days, and I've been telling Trevor, like more and more, I feel like I've lost every last iota of PC that was ever put into my my being by this culture, and I think we got to make them feel uncomfortable. It's not coming from a place of anger, but we got to have a diehard conviction and speak up, because they have no shame about saying their piece.
When it comes to kids being involved, I would definitely say something about it. If you notice, like in these rooms, if these videos and stuff, it's mostly the mothers with the kids, and then like maybe a couple of guys that are like that are too weak to stand up, because I really do think it comes down to the men being able to put our foot down and say, hey, you know what? That those are kids. Those are not to be sexualized. And sexuality comes from, like, when you're a kid, when you learn about sex, it's because you're curious to know. You find out because you're like, where do babies come from, right? And then eventually you find out about sex because you're like, oh, that's where babies come from. But this drag king story time and all these things, it's not about nature and how kids and human beings are made. It's about pleasure and fetishes and stuff like that. And I just think that imposing that on kids is just totally wrong. And maybe it's the Spirit. But I think that the Spirit would lead me to saying and speaking up and saying, hey, that's not right, and it's just not good.
Yeah, it's another thing that's just being programmed, and if we really look deep enough, it's because there's a spirit there that has been in the world for thousands of years, and that spirit hasn't gone away. The spirit of Sodom and Gomorrah, all that stuff, is another generational curse. It's just rearing its ugly head in a different...
But Anthony, you're forgetting though, God didn't give us a spirit of fear, but love and a sound mind and power. Mm-hmm. And that's true. Yeah. So there's not generational curses. That's a thing. Either Christ spins and you're done, or there's these generational curses coming back from, there's all kinds of mess that our forefathers did, right?
Yes, sir.
So,
and I'm not talking about from a Christian perspective, but this, and I'm talking about the spirit world. I'm talking about our adversary, the devil. That I
am too. The spirit world is right here, right now.
Right.
This is the spirit world.
Here and now.
Yeah. So principalities and powers. Basically those rulers in high places that they have dominion over our land, over these things, And so it is going to take strong Christians to be able to fight that, because we're the ones that are awake. We know better.
A lot of Christians these days, I notice,
That's
are
right,
like,
amen,
well,
man.
I'll pray for them, and
I
they
agree
sit
with you,
back
man.
and they don't do
Yeah,
anything.
that's
And
true,
meanwhile,
man.
they're getting their.
It's amazing that nobody has said anything.
No, and you know what it is? That the church in general has been lax. Like, what happened is, especially when the gay rights movement was really prevalent, it was more of like, okay, like we need you to accept the fact that we want to have rights, right? And so we kind of were like, all right, I kind of see what you're talking about. It's like we let that foot in the door, and pretty much it was like, okay, well, now that we have this, we want to have gay marriage. So we changed the language, we changed the terminology. And then after we did that, it was like, okay, well, now it's drag queen story hour. It's like evolved, and it's like the goalposts have changed over and over again, and we've allowed it as Christians, we've allowed it as a church, and I think it is something that God will probably judge us for.
You're right, man. You're exactly. They keep moving the goalpost up, and they're like, "What will they take? What will they take?" And then put the Christians on the ropes while they move forward, and keep doing weird stuff, man.
Yes, sir. Well,
That's
Corn Pop,
just tricky.
just in the interest of time, we're gonna.
Can you imagine you guys being young and being read to?
Yes, sir.
I mean that's traumatic in itself. It's scary. It's like you're like a clown reading to you or something.
It's and then, in the same tone too. It's like if I saw straight people doing inappropriate sexual acts,
Yeah.
I would
Same
speak up
thing.
the same way. It has nothing to do with the gayness. It has to do with sexualizing
Yeah, me
kids.
too.
Because if they're an adult and they want to choose to do what they want to do, that's fine. I'm just a fan of class and keeping things. That's what I identify with as like with conservatism. Is just conserving your personal life for you and God and keeping that within yourself as opposed to trying to display it for the world, and because it just brings hell your way. More judgment, more people just judge. So I'm a fan of people, having the personal to themselves and worked out, and it makes it easier to work it out as opposed to getting everybody's opinion about things and
I agree.
but
It does, because there's many opinions, right?
Yes, sir.
You can have multiple opinions, and like Jesse says, it's better just not to think about certain things at all, and just think about now.
Yes, sir. Well, Corn Pop, I think we got another caller that wants to jump in.
Yeah.
But thank you.
guys. You guys, thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Trevor, Rich.
appreciate you,
Have a
bro.
good
I
one.
appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right.
Later, Corn Pop.
Shout out. All right. Bye-bye.
Great cereal.
All right. I think Black Toria was trying to give us a call.
Oh, nice. And what time is it?
It's about time to wrap this thing
about
up.
time, man. Especially I got neighbors that if I'm making music past 10 or anything, they
Yeah.
usually complain. And
So,
You're gonna
Black,
get a neighbor alert.
Black Toria, if you're going to call, now is the time to call. 818-308-5559. Some of the people were feeling a little cringe in the chat
about what?
about the topic of that we were discussing.
What
It's
was
okay.
What was the cringe? What was the cringe about?
The rainbow talk.
Oh.
But I think you got to be able to talk about everything. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it at all.
You got to make sure you're comfortable being uncomfortable sometimes.
Yeah.
Especially to be able to like have an understanding, because a lot of people are divided these days. It's cringe. You're not uncomfortable conversations, whether it's racism or certain issues. And I think the more we can talk about it openly without hate or anger, then the more we can have understanding, I guess.
Yeah. It's fine to notice an odd situation, but you should never let that. Even if the person calling you is weird, you let that go.
Speaking of weird callers,
From Victoria. To accept, press 1.
Victoria, you're on the line. How are you?
Dandelion.
Oh, so good. Happy Saturday, guys.
Buenas noches.
I guess I'm the last caller. I was
You
just
are.
calling in before I pass out for the night.
Que pasa, Calabasa?
So what's good?
That was
What's on your mind with all these amazing events happening in the world
Amazing-
recently?
Amazing events.
I mean, I haven't been focused on the world, if I'm being honest, but I just wanted to say your guest did very well. There was a lot of funny questions directed at him, so
I was trying to dodge him like
he
the
held
Matrix.
his own. Good job.
I was dodging all those gay questions.
But that's you gotta. Hey, no matter what the questions are, like I said, the way I look at it is, you can ask me whatever you want. I'm not gonna let what you're thinking or feeling or what I think you're feeling affect me. You keep that distance between you and the world, no matter who it is.
Exactly, that's so true. Yeah, but I mean, it took a funny turn. Pop is good. Like,
Yeah.
he called in like on one angle, and then he always ends on a whole nother one.
That's corn pop for you.
I know.
He's one bad
So,
dude.
I can appreciate it.
Yeah, exactly. And I was saying in the chat, like, it's good when people can just kind of jump in and have those conversations where they ask tough questions that kind of throw you off a little bit. Because, you know, we could call in and ask you some surface questions like, oh, how long you been playing drums? Oh, you know, stuff like
Yeah.
that. But it's like, why are you here? You know, it's like this show is kind of, it's good for that, you know?
Yeah, make it
asking
more
some real-
fun.
Real questions.
Let's dive into some
Yeah.
awkwardness.
So are you going to come back, or did we scare you off?
Oh, I'll come out here as often as they'll have me.
Amazing.
I don't know about the drum set, but we'll see. Maybe a cajon next time.
I'm surprised though. It worked. It fit. It was just enough space. It sounds good. What do you think about the setup, Victoria?
I know, I was actually shocked because I didn't think that, like, that whole set could fit there. So it actually looks pretty cool. And it sounded good when they were playing and stuff. So, yeah, I think it was a good little jam session that they had.
I've been trying to do this with Trevor for a little bit, but we just didn't line up. I've been, like, when I travel for work, like, I'm always in LA and Burbank area and stuff. I'm like, what's up, Trevor? Are you doing a gig? Like, but just never lined up. So, you know, here we are in middle of lockdown, and it actually works
It
out.
works just fine.
I know, and it's good. You guys aren't wearing masks or anything, and you're only
Yeah,
maybe
forget
3
all that.
feet apart.
Did you hear that some people are using? I don't know how legitimate it is, and Anthony shared it. That they are using the ADA, the American with Disabilities Act, as a way to get around wearing the mask and forcing the stores to either face a lawsuit, you know, in the long run, or let them shop without a mask.
Yeah, what if you have asthma and you're like, I don't want to suffocate myself everywhere I go?
Yeah, you know, we're violating all kinds
You
of
know
HIPAA
what?
laws right now because people, you know, they want to do this contact tracing stuff. It's like, dude, I don't need you to know what my medical history is. I don't need you to know, you know, like, let me take care of myself the way I want to take care of myself. But medical freedom is going out the window.
Yes, sir.
And I think, too, it's like, you know the guy that wore the KKK mask? Like, you hear about that?
No.
This dude wore a hood, KKK hood he laughs too. Exactly.
It's
But
funny.
I think from my just first gut feeling of him doing that is that he's expressing the freedom to be like, oh, you're gonna force me to wear this mask, a mask? Okay, cool. I'm gonna wear a mask like this. Being provocative
Oh, yeah.
to, you know, like shake people up to go, hey, like, you know, it's like someone will say something about give an inch, expect a mile, and you know, once you start giving and going an inch towards something, then it's like more and more and more. And so it's like that. It's like, you know, oh, you wear a mask that's provocative, and people are like, oh my God. Then they're going to start saying, oh, you can't do that. And then it's like slowly but surely your freedoms get taken away. And I'm not saying I agree with wearing a KKK mask, but like your reaction, you laugh. Like, you know, like we're not people that take offense to things and see something and get offended and angry and be like, oh my God, you know?
Yeah, if you want to wear a mask, you should do it. You should be able to do it if you want, but you shouldn't be able to force me to wear it.
Because I thought the same thing, and not the KK thing, but like, you know, Halloween masks, like wearing like some crazy looking mask. It's like, well, you said masks, I have to wear a mask. You know?
Yeah, so what's to stop you from wearing a full face mask?
Exactly. It's like a rebellious, like, oh, you're gonna make me do this? All right, cool. I'm gonna do it this way.
I kind of have a thing that I was thinking of. Like, I found this video. It's Dr. Fauci,
Yeah.
and check this out. Like, listen to what he says.
You should not be walking around.
Hold on 1 second.
You're sure of it, because people are right
you're sure of it? Because people are listening really closely to this.
Right now, people should not be walking. There's no reason to be walking around with a mask. When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel a little bit better, and it might even block a droplet, but it's not providing the perfect protection that people think that it is. And often, there are unintended consequences. People keep fiddling with the mask, and they keep touching their face.
And can you get some schmutz sort of staying inside there?
Of course. But when you think masks, you should think of healthcare providers needing them and people who are ill. Right now in the United
Yeah, so it's,
There you go.
That's true.
What do you think, Victoria? What do you think about what Dr. Fauci, the guy who is pushing all this lockdown stuff, what do you think about his own words?
Well, he's making a good point because, I mean, I already know when I put on the mask, I'm not protecting myself. I'm just doing it because, one, there's like, I guess, a regulation, but I'm also doing it because I just want to make other people feel comfortable. It's not for me. I'd rather not wear a mask at all, you know, but I think what he said was kind of contradictory also, though, because he said that it doesn't protect from anything, but he also said that sick people should wear them. So to me, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
well, also the Surgeon General said that asymptomatic people, it don't need to wear it. And then he also switched up on us as well. So all these people that are like, listen to the health experts, listen to the people that are telling you what to do. They're changing the narrative. They're switching their stance on things left and right. The WHO, said originally that coronavirus is not spread person to person, that it can't. And now all of a sudden, here it is, in every single continent, essentially, except Antarctica, unless there's a penguin out there with COVID-19, probably is. But yeah, so essentially what they said was wrong. So how are we supposed to trust the experts if the experts are getting it wrong emphatically over and over?
Well, my question is, why are people trusting this? Because the story's changing so often, but people still remain scared. You know what I mean? Like, they're still following these orders. They're still, giving side-eye to the people that don't wear a mask. Like, I don't understand that part. Like, that's what I don't get, because this entire thing, like, you guys know, like, I'm not into the whole political thing. Like, I'm totally not. I don't think you have to be that invested in this whole thing to see that it's a sham. I think if you have common sense, you can see the stories aren't adding up. Mm-hmm. As I sit in my place, I know that this is BS because it's like this thing doesn't exist. Like, there is absolutely something else going on here. I don't know what it is, but I do think it's kind of a setup just to maybe ensure that Trump doesn't get reelected.
Yeah.
But I do think that it's going to have the opposite effect, because I do listen to some a few podcasts, and they have pretty liberal hosts, and they're starting to become like Trump sympathizers.
What
so I
podcast
think
you
that
listen
it's
to?
going to have that opposite effect.
What podcast are you listening to?
There's this one. I was telling the guys about it. I think it's called, Timcast IRL.
Okay.
And I know he has his own, I guess he used to work for Vice. Like, he used to be a reporter with Vice. And I know that, I guess he was just in LA, and he did something with Joe Rogan. So, like I said, I think he's still on the fence, but it's like,
have you ever,
from what I can...
Sorry, go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, from what I can tell, a lot of people that were left-leaning, because of this situation, they are starting to get, I know they're getting fed up, but it's like you can kind of see that there's a shift happening. So like I said, it's just going to have an opposite effect of what they want it to have, because I don't know. Like I said, I can't really articulate it because I don't get that deeply into politics, but there's just some things in your gut. Like, I know in my gut that this is not what they're presenting to us.
I think
like,
a lot of people
totally know that.
A lot of people know the mask thing is bullcrap, because even subliminally, subconsciously, they may not, when they try to intellectualize it, they don't think so. But like, for example, like I make jokes with people all the time. When people are too close to me, I'm all, "Hey, 6 feet," and they're like, like laughing it off, like, "Yeah, this is what a joke," you know. But then when you ask people about it, they get all intellectual, like, "Well, yeah, this is a very serious thing." And it's like, yeah, but the reality of everything is not that serious, you know. It's like maybe once you start thinking about it and everything they're telling you, but then, you know, you wouldn't be laughing and you'd be taking it seriously if that were true.
Have you guys listened to London Real?
I know the guy, but I haven't not about the Corona stuff.
His podcast, and like I'm gonna say a name that will probably already get like a preconceived notion of this person.
Bill Gates.
No,
No, I'm kidding.
David Icke. You guys know?
Oh
David
yeah,
Icke?
I know him, the shapeshifter.
Oh,
I got a song with this.
yeah.
What's that?
She said, "Yeah."
Lizard
Go.
guy, we know him.
Oh,
Shapeshifter.
You do know
You're
him.
gonna bring me
Yeah.
down, shapeshifter.
Well,
You're gonna.
as much as I, I take everything with a grain of salt. I do not like just latch onto whatever somebody says because they sound extremely smart or they sound like they have all the information. I do have to say that his interview with London Real was definitely eye-opening, and I hear a lot of logic, practical common sense, and I hear science and data in everything that he said. And although I don't believe everything that he came to the conclusion about the coronavirus, I do believe a lot of what he's saying is true. So like I have to preface everything and say, I don't believe in reptilians, but at the same time, I have to say that there are things, even biblically speaking, that's the thing that I was tripping out on. When he was saying stuff about the way things are being set up, it alluded me to the Bible, and it really made some connections there that I was just like having my own trip. I was tripping out on like Revelations and the book of Daniel. It's crazy. So I would, with a grain of salt, check out that interview because he's being censored crazy. Like he's been a conspiracy researcher for 30 years, and he's been saying all this stuff for a very long time about the Federal Reserve and all this. And what's crazy about it is now in this specific moment they've deplatformed him and just removed him from everywhere. And London Real, I mean, he's had a lot. They've had a lot of. Is it Real London? I don't know, but they've had a lot of people on there, and I think it's interesting listening to those podcasts, listening to what these people have to say, especially if they have a lot of knowledge. Like Elon Musk was on Joe Rogan recently. He has a lot to say about it. It's interesting to get these perspectives because these people have like their hands in a lot of this stuff, and they know what they're saying. I'm not saying everything's true, but man, that interview, it's crazy.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. I saw that.
Crazy.
The 5G.
Remember
Well,
they
no,
were
he
sitting in-
like I don't.
Mm-hmm.
He's not
Okay.
just talking about 5G. He goes into it later on, but he kind of sets up the whole thing of why this coronavirus is happening. He like sets it up, and then he like gives you all the data to back up his claim. And it's interesting.
So
But
Victoria,
I mean,
Go for it.
this is my question though. Like, is the coronavirus really happening though?
I say no.
I don't think anything's happening. I gotta be real with you. Like, I feel like it's like a common cold or a flu or something. It's nothing different that's happening.
Well,
Like, none of us know anybody that has it.
I don't
Or,
usually agree with
you know,
women, but I do agree with you.
I would say, are the symptoms real? Is there something that's actually attacking the body or making these symptoms happen in this person's body? I would say yes, but the question is, what actually is that? And if you look at what's called exosomes, you may or may not know what those are. Exosomes, from my understanding of it, are something that helps, or basically is helping with the combination of when a cell gets poisoned. Essentially, the exosomes is what breaks off from that cell, and from what I understand of it, it looks very similar to the COVID-19 virus. And what he was saying is that they are one and the same. And so, as you listen to what he has to say, he breaks it down and says, this exosome is COVID-19. And because what's happening is with the test is that you see like false positives or false negatives or whatever. You're seeing all this, like, they test a friggin' papaya, they tested a goat, and it came out positive. It's like, the tests aren't working because it's not testing for COVID-19, it's testing for genetic information inside of a human being, and there's a combination of factors that is making it register positive, and it's not COVID-19, it's something else, it's a combination of those things. So, that's what he's saying. I'm just kind of like, paraphrasing, but it's interesting to really hear it because it's like, dang, dude, like, that's insane. Like, the ability for them to be playing, if this is what's happening, they're playing chess moves with us, and apparently the whole 5G thing, I'm neutral on it. I don't take a specific stance, but what's interesting about the 5G is that according to the information as far as hydrochloroquine, we talking about that as like a possible remedy or whatever, but I guess it like affects radiation damage or something like that. Like it actually fights off radiation, which is what is being asserted, that 5G does emit this radiation. And apparently if you turn it up to like 60 gigahertz, that's where people can start dropping. What made me think about the 5G aspect is a couple things. Is number one is that one of the first towers was actually put up in Wuhan. And actually I think it was like the very first one. And that's where it like spread out. But what's interesting, in Wuhan, we saw the videos of people dropping left and right. And like, what the heck is that? Like, why are people just dropping? Because we didn't see that really in America, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is like, the communist country that they live in, they will use these tools, they'll use things to like enforce. Like, they were friggin' welding people's doors shut. They were just, because it's a communist country, they took it to a level of like, we're not gonna let this virus spread. But man, I mean, what was making people just drop randomly? Because we're not seeing that in the U.S. And so my question is, could it be the 5G? I don't know.
What do you think, Victoria?
I think it also could be because they're doing fake news here. That there's just a story here about how they hired actors to come pretend like they were sick. How do you know that those weren't paid actors acting like they were dropping?
Right.
Who knows?
It's too much deception.
Yeah.
Exactly. There is a lot of deception going on, and that's why I don't look at the news. I do probably pay attention to more conspiracy theory than anything, but the truth of the matter is, like, at the end of the day, none of us know what's really going on. We just know we have a vibe that something is off. You know what I'm saying? Like, the only information we get is what we see on videos, what we read, all this other stuff. But we have to also consider that all of this is coming through a filter. So the best you can do is just take the information that you have, compile an idea, and just kind of go with that. But the truth is, like I said again, we really don't know what's going on. We just know something's off about it.
Well,
now, the 5G thing, that does sound realistic to me, because I don't know what other thing other than like radiation or some kind of really strong frequency could just knock somebody down like that. You know what I mean? And again, I don't know that, but that's what it seems like it could possibly be.
Another thing go ahead, sorry.
No, I was going to say, I personally think that this whole 5G thing does have something to do with the whole microchip thing that they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Because I don't see the point of 5G, to be quite honest. Like, it doesn't make sense to me if it's just for wireless service and all that. I don't see why we need to advance any further right now, because we're doing okay. So I don't really see the reason for 5G to exist unless there's some other bigger plan going on right now. And for all we know, we probably are being isolated because they're testing out the frequencies right now. I have no idea. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, and you can drive yourself crazy thinking about what's really happening. And I'm holding up my quotation marks just so you guys know. But we don't know what's like really happening.
What's
You know what I'm
interesting-
saying? So yeah.
What's interesting with
Go ahead.
this is that every single time there has been an advancement in the technology from like 1G to 2G, there has actually been a virus, like a pandemic that's happened, like the H1N1, I believe was when 4G happened. You know, this is just me like, you know, looking at the information that I've read. And it seems like every time there was that advancement in technology that there was a wave of, you know, a virus or a pandemic. So that kind of is also, I guess, information that you kind of have to decide what to do with that. But also, why is it that there is so many? Why is all these towers? Why is that an essential business? Why are they going up? Why are they putting them up in schools? Because it is happening. So, like, aside from the conspiracy theories of 5G, why are they putting them up?
Why is an abortion clinic an essential business? Why is a medical marijuana place a dispensary essential? But other and you know,
Church.
Church isn't essential. But who are they to dictate and determine what's essential for people? Maybe people need church, need God in their life, whatever it is that they need. Maybe these businesses, it's essential for them to be able to feed their families.
There's real.
Well, that's the other thing that's happening too that is kind of boggling my mind, because there is some kind of large shift that's about to happen in the country, just because with so many people not being in the workforce right now, you know, obviously that's been, you know, the unemployment rate has been driven, you know, through the roof and all
33
that.
million people right now.
Yeah, and like I said, I know there's a connection here with trying to not get the president reelected, because again, remember he had like whatever it was, like, you know, the unemployment dropped, you know, since his term, but now he's probably going to have the worst unemployment rate in history. So it's like, okay,
Yeah,
really?
the one thing that he was great at.
We talked about that before. There's people on the left like Bill Maher who were saying that they hope the economy fails before all of this stuff. So they're actually happy about it. They're like, yes, we got it. You know.
Yeah, like at the detriment of the entire world, they're happy about it. It's crazy.
Yeah, and it's like your average person doesn't see this. It's so blatantly obvious to me. But like I said, I can see what's happening. It's like they're definitely kind of gearing us in a direction to where we are going to have to depend on the government. So I don't think they're trying to push us into like a socialist society. I don't really know, but I'm just interested to see what everything is going to look like with, you know, a big chunk of the population that's unemployed right now. They're going to continue to collect unemployment, because just because the workforce is going to open, believe me, if a lot of people, if they can just get that $600 every week like they're getting right now, they're not going back to work. So my thing is, I'm thinking like on an economic level, what this is actually going to do to the country and how it's going to change the way that people think, and it's going to remove their independence. But I don't think that's how they're going to see it. You know what I mean?
You're now owned by the Federal Reserve, pretty much. You owe the Federal Reserve. You're kind of it's our master at this point to some degree, and you know it's going to be a long time before we recover. I mean, if we were to go another 2-3 weeks of this junk, like, I mean, seriously, there's going to be a civil war to some degree. Like,
especially with all this divided news and media and stuff. It's like you can tell, man. Like, people don't want things. They don't want harmony. They like the dissonance. Last thing they want is Americans to be united and have power over the people, where we're all together as Americans, regardless of what our ethnicity is. They don't want that, so they're trying to keep that from happening for sure.
It is.
Well, the thing I'm noticing too is that this is what I see is going to happen. At the end of the day, every race is getting laid off right now. Like, a lot of people are in the same boat. Like, even these business owners that were trying to stay afloat, you know, that we may have seen as affluent, well, now they're down, you know, at the same level as, you know, some people that are pretty much at the poverty level now. So that's what I'm saying. This is bigger. I think this is bigger than, like the race stuff that they try to play and all this other stuff. Like there's something bigger going on because they're knocking everybody down to their knees right now.
I'm curious
So
about what you
everybody's
think.
gonna be.
As a black woman, what do you think about this whole Ahmaud Arbery thing? Arbery.
I haven't really looked into it, if I'm being honest. So let me just say what I think I know about it. You can kind of, correct me, but this guy was like jogging and some dudes just shot him. Like I really don't even, like I said, I don't watch the news like that.
That's
I don't know.
what the news media says. They use those words, jogging and stuff like
Jogging
that.
and they hunted him
But
down.
when I watched the video, I don't, he was wearing Timberland boots
and cargo shorts.
There was like, hammer up. Supposedly he was 12 miles away from his house, so it would be a 24-mile marathon.
He dropped the hammer in the road.
Like, I don't know, like.
The location of it too was like way out in the sticks to some degree, right?
Well, I mean, it's their neighborhood, so he's in someone's neighborhood.
He's
It's
not
his
in his neighborhood.
Yeah, I guess you'd have to watch the video for yourself.
Well, what was he doing in the neighborhood jogging? Like, why, or jogging in Timberlands? I mean, okay, in his defense, I guess he could have been preparing for the apocalypse or whatever. Because you should work out. Like, you should work out in boots and stuff. You're getting prepared. So, I mean, maybe he was a prepper. I don't know. But what's the gist of it, though? Like, why did they shoot him?
Well, okay, so if you watch the video, the news, the liberal media came out with those specific terms, saying he's jogging, just assuming that he's just out there on country road
and chased down.
He's just going for a stroll and doing some exercise. The guy has a criminal past, theft, burglary, probation or parole. The father used to be a cop and actually was involved in the arrest or the case where Arbery brought a gun to campus. So he knows about the kid's criminal past, that he could be potentially armed. Neighbors saw him, and they've released the footage now finally, showing that he did trespass, and he was inside not an empty home, but a home that was being partially renovated. So it's still someone's home. So he got in there. They called the cops. He ran. Father and son grabbed their guns, went down the road. They tried getting him to stop, so they went ahead, past him.
Yeah, they wanted to do a citizen's arrest.
Yeah, and so they drove past him to get ahead because he refused to pull over, so obviously they must have been yelling at him, telling him stop, and wait for the cops. They get out. Father's in the bed of the truck. Son is on the left side. Arbery drops the hammer, runs to the right side of the truck, and then does a 90-degree dash. Once he gets to the front, he goes after the son who has the shotgun, and then fights and punches the kid and wrestles for control of the shotgun. In that process, then and only then does that son fire shots to get Arbery off of him. And then unfortunately it kills him. But they never shot at him prior. They didn't even go up to him physically. They stood there in the road and Arbery ran around them.
Without the backstory of all that other stuff, when I watch the video and see the headline hunted and all those things, I just see that he's running towards the truck. Like, it wasn't like, you hear hunted, you think the truck is going after them. So, I mean, that's the thing that throws me off, is that he was, if you were trying to get away from someone, you wouldn't be running towards them to take their weapons. But
I'll have to watch it, because it's based on what you said. If I'm looking at it from both sides, it does sound like the guy definitely didn't have any business being there if that was that far from home. If that's really, what happened. But my thing is, how did he get there? Did he drive there? Or did he walk there? Did he jog there? Like, I don't understand that part.
Uber. No, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
That's a good question. That would be like
because I'm like, how does one get 12 miles away from their home to go jogging? Now, I will say this. Being in LA, you guys can probably relate to driving somewhere else to go hiking or to go running or something like that. Is something people do here because there's different neighborhoods. I probably wouldn't, run in my neighborhood. I'd go drive somewhere else. But as far as the citizen's arrest part of it, I understand that we have a right to do that, but sometimes people do overstep their bounds with that, and it's just like, dude, stay in the house. This is why we have police. Just chill. If the guy doesn't have a weapon or anything, like, what were they doing pursuing him? Like, for what?
But to that point, Victoria, what good is our freedom and our right to protect ourselves when these people have had a rash of break-ins, and this guy may or may not have been a part of those regular break-ins and theft? What good is us having those rights if every time we try to exercise them, people just tell us, well, you should have just stayed home? When we all know that cops almost never respond in time to serious things. What if that young man was armed? All these things, it's still our right to do those things. As long as we're not being overly aggressive. If someone runs up to you and tries to grab your gun when you're trying to tell them, hey, get out of my property, wouldn't you be justified in shooting them if they tried to attack you? Regardless of whether someone says, well, Victoria should have been in the house. Why is she going out and telling those guys to get off her property? Isn't it the person who's wrong? If you initiated it, isn't that your fault? Like, there wouldn't have been an issue if you would have stayed off people's property.
I do agree with that. Now, because I'm trying to piece together like what you guys said when you explained the story. So was he actually on their property, the father and son's property?
It was a house that was
Neighbor's property
under construction. So there's, I think, surveillance footage
Okay,
of
so
that.
that's where it happened at the house that was under construction. Okay,
Yeah,
so
there's surveillance
that
footage
is
that came
where-
out today of that, of him going in the house, in through the garage, and then coming out the front door. So he went in there, but I guess they followed him from that location, and then we're trying to get him to make a citizen's arrest, and he wouldn't. And then he was running away, jogging away.
Okay, yeah, the whole citizen's arrest thing just is kind of goofy to me. Like I said again, I understand we can do it, but it's were they gonna use zip ties? Like, how were they gonna actually citizens arrest him?
I think
like, what was that gonna look like?
Right.
What does it look like?
The dad, I guess, is a retired cop, so maybe he was felt more comfortable to do a citizen's arrest because he's made arrests in his life. I don't know, and I don't really understand how citizen's arrest works.
I could speak to that because
Speak on.
I work in the security industry.
Yeah, Securitas.
So like security guards have the same arrest powers as citizens, and unless you see a crime yourself, you're not allowed to conduct that citizen's arrest. So if I'm on site at like my account and I see somebody commit a crime, I can arrest them.
Is getting onto a private property or whatever a crime?
It is considered trespassing.
It's a crime.
Yeah, so it is a crime. I mean, you know, it's up to each person to determine like how serious of a crime it is, but it is a crime. This is my only thing is that if I was a security guard and I seen this and I thought it was a serious situation, I would have probably called the police as well.
That's what security usually does.
They did call them.
Oh, they did call.
And the issue is, again, they never respond in time.
Yeah,
so
the response time.
So do you just let this keep happening? People keep
Do you
stealing
let
stuff.
it just go? Yeah.
Or are you? I mean, again, we have a right to do this.
Right.
No matter if most people feel uncomfortable. Hey, that's your problem if you're uncomfortable. But if you're gonna live wrong, if you're gonna live that criminal life, you have to face the consequences when somebody is not scared of you and they are going to attempt that. And if you want to fight back when you're in the wrong, I think you deserve what you get. You reap what you sow. If that was my brother, and like I said, I have friends, two guys who are in jail.
I have friends.
One's doing life, and one for the exact same situation. He was armed, and the gun wasn't loaded, but he was treating people like it was, and they had no idea. And he almost got killed for it. Luckily, he survived, got 15 years, about to get out. But it's his damn fault for doing that. You cannot say, well, why didn't the cop just, try to tackle him, or, the gun wasn't loaded. Why didn't you just arrest him? You didn't have to shoot him. They could have done that, or he could have been dead, and they could have said, "Oh, poor Mexican guy gets shot." But again, he put himself in that situation.
Yeah.
So I don't think we need There's not an argument.
Nobody wanted him to die technically.
Exactly.
That's true. Is that the media frames it, or puts it in the light as though that they hunted him to kill him. But the way you look at it and you see the story and stuff, they only shot him because he went after the gun to if I have a gun and I'm trying to hold him hostage or whatever.
They're calling it a modern day
until
lynching.
the cops come. If someone tries to steal it from me, it's because they're going to try to shoot me.
They're saying it's a modern day lynching. It's like, no, you get on your knees and
Right.
Like,
they made it seem like it was like some Django stuff where they just went over there and they didn't. Like you see the Ahmad. do a 90-degree turn and rush the guy. So obviously he was jogging the whole time and ignoring them. Why did he all of a sudden decide that, you know what, I'm gonna go for your gun? Why do that? Unless you're angry and you're just pissed that you got caught and you're not going to jail again. So you just decided to take matters in your own hand. There was no proof that those guys ever went
If
up
you're
to him.
unarmed, dude, you don't run at a person with a gun.
Right. So, what do you think, Victoria? Now that you kind of slowly getting a better idea of what, the different possible things that people have said about it.
I will be okay. In my honest opinion, it really does sound like 3 people that were overreacting. If I'm being honest, like that's really what it sounds like. But now my question is, at what point did this suspect recognize? It was the father, you said, that he knew, right? So did he recognize these people? Could that be why he rushed one of them? Because it was kind of like, maybe, okay, homie, I know who you are.
He rushed
Stop
the
trying to
son
play
of
tough,
the
and maybe
father,
he
and the
rushed
father
him
was in the back.
because of that.
It's
So,
possible.
I
But,
mean,
yeah, we don't know if he recognized him, but he definitely rushed. You know, instead of jogging away or stopping and waiting for the cops, he rushed the guy with the gun. And only then, and only at that point, did they ever shoot, because he was trying to pull the gun out of his hands and punch him. So there was no proof that they ever wanted to kill him. They wanted him detained and arrested.
Right.
Within their rights. You know, you're not going to get away. You're not going to keep doing this. You're going to jail, and you're going to face the
And granted,
music.
it does seem extreme because we're like in a very like heavily gun controlled state. But like in that specific state, like open carry with rifles, and it's like not a big thing. It happens all the time.
Yeah.
It's just common.
Right. Otherwise, they're making
that's
it.
how that's what I'm saying. Like, the dude couldn't have been in his right mind to go all out and do that, knowing that he's in an open carry state. And then, again, to rush someone that has a rifle, like I said, there's one of 2 things that may have happened. Again, one is he didn't take the person seriously because he knew who he was. And then number 2, that guy was probably just not in his right mind. Was he high? Like the black guy, like, was he high or something? Because, like,
Well, that's the
I wouldn't
thing.
rush towards a rifle.
That's the thing.
I wouldn't do that.
If I was like the media says, just jogging, and I was innocent, I wouldn't. The only reason why I would try to get someone's gun is because I knew that I was in the wrong, and that I could get busted for it if I don't get this gun, and make the first move to get away.
I think logic says that he would have been running away, and if they would have shot him running away,
different
that would
story.
have been a totally different
Different
story.
story. None of that ever happened. They were trying to get him just to stop running, and wait for the cops. And he obviously was not trying to wait. So like that's what people refuse to acknowledge. The guy had he was living the wrong path. Had a history of theft and getting arrested and carrying weapons. Like he's no angel, and he's not going to college, and he wasn't some. They all keep saying, well, he was a football player or whatever. That has no bearing. He was always, it doesn't matter what he did in high school. He just kept thieving and being a criminal. And he got caught, and for some reason, that anger got the best of him. I think it's a classic case of what Jesse would say. That anger in the black community, and this kid was a great example of that. Whatever happened in his childhood led him down this path, and he was angry, and he refused to sit there and wait for the cops.
Right. And I understand, like I said, I can understand where, like, the point that you're making. And obviously with open carry, it's my understanding that if you shoot, you're not really allowed to just shoot to injure. You have to shoot to kill. So I understand that part of it. You know what I'm saying? But again, just based on what I'm hearing, without seeing the video, without, knowing about the story, it's still not making sense to me on either side. But it's clear that he was obviously up to no good. Now I'm kind of like, okay, what the heck was he going into this abandoned house for? Maybe he was hiding drugs there. Maybe there was something in the house that was planted there.
Yeah, there's so many maybes.
On a previous occasion.
We don't know, and we're not like, it's not my field to be an investigator. So all I can do is share what I see, what I heard, and say, well, try to be objective, But I do know people are using this as a, when things like this happen, it becomes about groups of people and racist white people and stuff like that. And so I'm just not a fan of that. Like I'm seeing a lot of posts about people, identifying with the guy because they look like him and being like, yeah, I'm afraid to go outside of my house too. But in all my life, like even my black friends would tell me like, oh, you don't go in that part of the town by yourself, being white, you know. But I've never heard, oh, black guy don't go in Beverly Hills, or not saying that, you know, just in the sense of like a
But
white
I'll be,
neighborhood.
like,
But I guess the South
I'll
is
be
different.
real.
The South is different.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I do understand.
Well, here's the thing. There's like certain parts of town that I wouldn't go in. Like there's certain areas that are predominantly black. I'm not going in those areas, and there's a lot of black people that will tell you the same thing.
Well, do you feel that way about
they
white
probably won't call
neighborhoods?
into your show and tell you that, but they'll tell you to the side. Oh yeah, they'll be honest with you and tell you.
Are there
For
white
sure.
neighborhoods that you feel uncomfortable, like that you might get, you know, shot by white people?
I wouldn't say shot, but
Or the police even, say the police.
I've definitely been in certain parts of town where there's like people do double takes and stuff like that, where it's not just, you know what I'm saying? Like you get a little extra attention, and it's like, oh, okay, that's interesting.
And do you
Alright.
see that? Do you see that as being unfair to you of white people to do that? If they're like, if you know stereotypes have been created and whatever, do you see it as like the white people, or do you see it as that those stereotypes came from some sort of seed of truth, whether it be the way Hollywood promotes, you know, black people in movies, the way, you know, because like maybe some areas where there's not that many black people, a lot of white people that don't know much about them. They don't like. I've grown up around black people and all kinds of different people, so I don't, you know, I know I'm biased in that sense, but I know that there's classes of people in all races. Like you said, like there's places like, you know, that are super trailer trash white, like ghetto. Ghetto isn't a specific color really, but I do know that there's a lot more minorities in lower, you know, class areas, which is what people are fighting for now. But I'm saying, do you think that the responsibility comes from the black community or the white community when it comes to those looks that you're getting?
I would say it realistically it comes down to the individual themselves, because if I don't know, I'm pretty sure I still have biases myself, but and honestly speaking, Trevor, like maybe I was paranoid thinking that these people are looking at me, but sometimes it is really obvious that that's what's happening. So the responsibility is on the actual person. Like they have to actually understand, like, okay, every person isn't like the idea that I have of this group of people. That's what you have to say to yourself, like, or that's what you have to know. You know what I mean? So there is a responsibility.
Well,
but,
I mean too, from the sense of responsibility of the stereotype. Are white people wrong? Because I think what you're saying is true too. Because I'm not that way. I don't just look at somebody and because of the group they come from, I assume anything. I like to deal with people as individuals. But do you think stereotypes like
Exists for a reason.
like if I'm in a neighborhood where, you know, because white people are getting the rap of being school shooters, like snipers and all these things, right? Like, am I going to be upset at the person who might think I'm a sniper, or am I going to be upset as of the white people that were the snipers?
Wild.
You know?
Yeah. Do you blame the people who created the stereotype,
totally.
or do you get mad at the people who happen? I mean, if you look like a gangbanger, baggy clothes, looking like up to the whether you're white, black, Asian, or whatever, is it wrong of you to say, you know what, I'm gonna be a little more aware, not get too close to this guy. I don't know if he is a gangbanger or not, but I'm certainly gonna treat him like one until I get past him, because I don't know, and he looks like he's up to no good.
Oh,
Some people just look like crackheads.
Especially if you're a woman, it's a whole different situation, because you know, like a man is just physically stronger, and you know, in these situations where you're in a dark corner and you're trying to, you know, I mean, you shouldn't be in that situation, but sometimes it happens. It's like
that's why guns should be the equalizer that women should be able to learn how to use.
Yeah, it's like do I? You know, I don't want to profile this person. It's like, but your life could be in danger if you don't, so you should.
Exactly. It's just common sense to know your surroundings. All you can do is make judgments in your brain about, you know,
you're
survival,
only
you know,
given
like
the
whatever.
data that's presented in front of you, and you have to make a choice that suits.
Yeah.
But I'm curious your question though. What do you think? Do you think it's the responsibility comes from the side of the people who created the stereotype, or the side of the people who are, seeing it as a stereotype and reacting. Like, if you're getting looks, are you going to be more understanding of the people that are looking at you that way, or are you going to be like feel some kind of way like they're racist or something?
When we say a person believes a stereotype, let's really break that down. That's a person that's believing their thoughts, okay? That's what they're doing. They're believing their thoughts. They're believing something that's made up in their own head. They've drawn their own conclusion based on things that they've seen before. Now, if I'm basing how I feel about black people off of movies, that is the most irresponsible thing that I could possibly do. If I'm going to judge them based off of what I see in the news, which again, back to the point I was making a while ago, that comes through a filter. Somebody is presenting that to you in a certain way to give you a certain kind of response or reaction or memory or trigger. So,
Well, like, say a
you
guy
can't go off of things that you can't go off of something based off of anything you've seen in the media, any of that stuff. If you're basing it off of someone you've experienced, then maybe you get a little bit more of a pass, but you're still believing your thoughts either way, because again, every black person is not the same, and every white person is not the same. It's the spirit that is the same in all of those negative people. But the spirit is not the same in the good ones. You get what I'm saying?
No, I totally understand. I agree. But there's like you're in the world and you just kind of know how the world is, so you kind of have to prepare yourself for the world. Like say you're a girl, a woman, and you dress in a very provocative way with your ass out and your no bra with nipples and whatever, and you're like, do you think that contributes? Not to say anything is just I feel like if I was a girl, I would know that is going to attract more evil to me.
Mm-hmm.
Does it make sense to compare those? Like,
if there is a rapist out there and you cross his path.
Like, a movie is not, and a stereotype wasn't created, to make me be like, wow, I'm going to look at her and I'm going to try to get her number, or I'm going to try to pursue her. Like, it will definitely attract, because I know people have saying that that's not a good argument, and are you justifying rape? And I absolutely am not. But I know it's like, if you're wearing gasoline, you're probably going to attract more fire than if you're not.
Right.
So if you're dressing like a thug or whatever, like you're.
No, I get what you're saying with that, because here's the thing, for some reason people believe the argument that women say, oh, I'm comfortable wearing that. No, they're not. The thing is, you dress that way to entice a certain type of attention.
For sure.
The attention you're getting is not like, not positive attention. And I know it feels like that, but it's not positive attention.
When are we going to have her on the podcast?
In that case, she is dressing that way to elicit a response. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Now, but the problem is, in her mind, she's formulated the response that she wants. She wants to get men hot and bothered. What she's not considering is how men will respond to being hot and bothered.
Yeah, they're not going to always respond in the way you want, and I notice that once they don't, then it's like, then they cry victim of whatever it is, if they are a victim or not. And I think with the whole racism thing too, like, people, like, they I know that, like, anyone with common sense can see through that, like, to know that, but a lot of people pretend. It's like if I look like the Unabomber, or someone, a white guy that dresses a certain way or whatever, like, there's just a vibe that you get from people, Yeah. It's like, oh man, I don't trust that.
And this
and
in the
I
spiritual
guess
world
that's,
too, like, you can sense her spirit.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, like, you can feel that from people. So, almost like what we were talking about before, where I was saying that people have surface conversations and all this other stuff because we're pretending that we don't, want to go a little deeper with people. It's the same thing. Like, we ignore so many things. Like, we ignore the vibe we get from people sometimes, or, you know, if you're walking down the street and you really do feel in your gut that you should probably turn right, but you keep going straight and then something stupid happens,
Yep.
it's like you're not paying attention. Like you're rejecting like your God-given gift of, like, you know, vibes,
Discernment,
for
yeah.
lack of a better term, your intuition.
Yeah.
So I do think people ignore that, but back to your original question, a lot of times people use their biases and their stereotypes and say that that's like intuition, but it's not. It's like,
Right.
no, that's an idea
Yeah.
you were programmed
I
with.
agree.
You were programmed to be afraid of black people.
Which is
you were
what-
programmed to be,
Yeah,
you
and
know?
your initial response, like, was kind of towards that. Like, everyone's an individual, and you can't, you know, it's almost like you have to have your little spidey senses working all together to know, like, all right, yeah, I am aware that they could be this, but at the same time, they haven't revealed or proven to be that, so you can't go one way or the other. But I think it's important to, like, at least be aware and be like, well, they could be, and like, that's why I don't trust anybody, man. I don't
No,
gotta
and
bet
the
on
thing
me.
is, you know what's so funny though? It's like, because I'm sure you guys have probably experienced this in one way or another, but I was actually just telling one of the girls last night, it's funny when you observe people, and if you give them enough time, like, you'll be able to see what biases or what stereotypes they believe about people that look like you. And I was driving down the street the other day, and these two old guys were like crossing in front of me. I was at a stop sign, and one of the guys turns and he yells. He goes, "That's a nice car." And I said, "Oh, thank you," you know. And I'm like smiling, whatever. And then, okay, that should have been the end of it, but he went further. He said something like, "That's a nice car for a black woman in California," or something like that. And I was like, "Oh my God!" And I started laughing, and his friend immediately like jumped in and said, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. He didn't mean to stereotype you like that. I'm so sorry." And I was like, "No, dude, it's okay. It's funny. I think he's funny, you know." Like, and I was just laughing. So I think, you know, it was interesting that the other guy tried to jump in and do damage control because his friend said something that
There's a lot of
pertains
those
to my
people.
race.
There's a lot of like the white liberal left people that are offended for other people a lot, and it's just funny to me. Like, I don't get offended for myself, so I can't imagine being offended for someone else. Like, people should be able to defend themselves or, like, you know, handle themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, it was weird, and that's happened before. Like, somebody will say something, you know, and they kind of go into a racial direction, and I'm just like, okay, guys, you can't think all of us are the same. Like, a lot of us are not going to flip out because you say something that's, I guess, off color, for lack of a better term. But like I said, in that situation, I didn't think of anything but how hilarious this guy was being.
Yeah.
And then he explained himself. He's like, "Well, you know, I'm an old guy from New York. That's a compliment." And I'm like,
Yeah.
"Okay, I get
Exactly.
it. Ha ha ha. Have a
And-
good day." You know, and it was a good exchange. But his friend was so paranoid,
Exactly.
and
He
I'm like,
poisoned
"What
it.
am I gonna do? Run him over? Like,
Yeah.
what am I gonna do?"
You know, it's funny. I relate to that so much because I've had like friends or people I know always say, "Hey, man, you gotta watch what you say sometimes," and I know my intentions, right? And I don't want to make habits of trying to change who I am when I know my heart's in the right place. And that's my navigation to be able to find the right people who get me and who have that same energy, so I can have the right people in my life. And I don't want my surroundings and my environment of people, different groups of people, to have to tiptoe around them because that's stereotype and racist, whatever, in itself. When I'm going to change how I act based on how someone else is, whether they're black or Asian or white or whatever, you know, it's like, I'm going to be me, and if people that have the sense and are like me are going to be able to see, you know, where I'm coming from and get me. And like you said, like, the guy was from New York, and you don't know anybody else's story, so I'm not going to assume I know their story and think that they're going to be offended because I make a joke or I'm, you know, sassy with somebody or whatever, like, you know?
Yeah, it's so true. And that's the thing, like, as I'm going through this journey, I am trying to, well, I guess, I don't know, I don't want to say I'm trying, but I'm hoping that one day, that will always be at the forefront, or it'll just be a knowing for me that I can't jump to conclusions about anybody, and because again, I haven't seen life through their eyes, so I don't know where they're coming from, why they say the things they say, why they conduct themselves in the way that they do. Just like they don't know that about me either. Because I even noticed that I was doing this, and I probably still do, where if somebody says or does something to me, I'll respond in such a way. I'm responding almost as if that person's inside my head and they've seen everything that I've seen, so they know why I'm responding the way I am. And no, they're responding because they're responding the way they want to, and that's it. Like there's nothing else to it. So,
Yeah.
yeah. So anyway, I agree with what you're saying, but yeah, my only hope is that I can do that all the time and just know that that's how it is, and not be offended, not think twice about something someone says. Any of that, like even with that situation you guys were talking about with the shooting, I don't know where that black guy was coming from. I don't know where those two white guys were coming from. So I don't see that as a modern day lynching. I don't see that as anything really. My thing is, it does kind of look like they were just three people that overreacted, but I don't know why. So that's where I'm at with it. Even after I see the video, I hope that I can still hold that same opinion. I just, the responsibility is on each individual person.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just thinking, I know it's a simple answer, but that's really all it is. It's like, if everybody just took responsibility for their own actions and just was centered in the moment, I guess, all the time, crap like this wouldn't happen. You know what I'm saying? And even the looking at somebody funny in the grocery store because their skin looks different than yours, that stuff wouldn't happen. Like those things just wouldn't happen if you were always aware. You know what I mean? And then if a dangerous situation happens, okay, you're aware. You know to move away from the situation. Don't make a scene. Just move away from the situation. Somebody's coming at you. You got a knife or a gun on you. Handle your situation. Handle it if it comes. But don't psych yourself out and start thinking about stereotypes and all this, because that gets you worked up too, to where you do start to act irrationally. So anyway, sorry, I'm going to go off on a tangent there.
No, yeah, I agree.
You were going to say something?
I had a question. I know that, so there's the situation with, Aubrey, or Aubrey, and then we have the situation that's also kind of pitting us against each other from a racial perspective, which is, the protesters. The protesters initially, when the protests started happening for the lockdown, they started showing the stuff that I think happened in Michigan, and it was predominantly white protesters, with guns, and again another open carry state. They allow them to carry inside of even the government buildings, and there was a lot of a lot of anger, because they want the country to open and all this stuff. And then, so right away, what we see from the media is the perspective of white supremacists, angry people with guns, and now social media is pretty much, you see all your friends, and they'll say, well, if this was black people with guns, it would be a different perspective.
Or hypothetical stuff.
Yeah, the hypotheticals, and then so to finish what I was saying is that then you do see black protesters with guns in the same place, but they came out after the fact, and they were they were standing with guns and what have you. So, what is your perspective on this? Because, from what I feel right now, I feel like it's another way to disunite us, because I feel like the lockdown, there should be some neutrality here where we're all on the same page, this is dumb, we need to get back to normal. Our economy is being affected, our economic health, our mental health, aside from dying from, this COVID thing, There's probably people dying from starvation. There's probably people dying from mental health, suicide. Isn't this something that we should be united on and not divided on?
I mean, I would say so, and I'm not even gonna lie. Excuse me. When you said black people showing up with guns, I got a little nervous on the inside. I'm not even gonna lie. But yeah, I do think that everybody should be united. But I do have an unpopular opinion about the protesting. I think because my thing is right now, people need to be focused on like what they're about to do when this thing is over. I don't have time to go protest. I don't have time to go grab a gun and go, stand on a set of stairs and yell with picket signs and stuff like that. I don't have time for that. What people really need to be doing is preparing for when the S hits the fan. You're not preparing for anything by going and protesting and making a scene. You're just not. So whether black or white, I just don't know that I fully agree with that. I do feel like we could be spending our time doing something better, other than giving the media something to continue to shove down our throats. You know what I mean? And continue to push that narrative.
What if they're not working, and what if they're, like a small business owner, a Hispanic gentleman, like I've seen in, some of these people I follow, like Conservative Latino and Jorge Ventura media. They're showing the perspective of these people from like downtown Los Angeles, and they're literally, they're going to have to figure out something because they can't have their restaurant open anymore. I mean, even where I live right now, like famous, mom and pop restaurants are just they fired everybody and they have to let go. They have to just cut their losses and call it quits. What do they do? Like, is it, you don't think the protests
Wait, what is the owner that had to let people go, or the people that he let go?
The owner had to fire and shut down because the economic situation that they're in, and this is affecting different people from different backgrounds, like just everyone.
I would say, in that respect, I don't know what they are supposed to do. But here's the thing: if you are an entrepreneur, if you are a business owner, the truth of the matter is, like, you should have more than one source of income anyway.
Victoria?
Like, your business should not be. Go ahead.
T-Warrior says, he says, you're wrong. If they close my local chicken shack, I'm protesting.
Oh, Lord. See, that's a black man right there.
That's a strong black man right there.
Oh, my God. But, I mean, but that's what I'm saying. It's like, I mean, I know it sounds like this is what all the, the new business people say, but you really should have more than one business going on, because the thing is, if the hits the fan with that one thing, you got to be able to pick up and move along somewhere else. Like, even with what I'm doing, I'm not going to just be doing credit repair, guys. Like, that's not how this is going to roll, because I understand things change. You have to set yourself up in such a way that if one thing does hurt you, okay, but you've been building this other thing as well in the meantime. So with that particular business owner,
a gift and a curse.
So
all I can do is music. That's it. I'm kidding.
I still didn't hear you. I'm so sorry.
It wasn't meant to be. Wasn't meant to be heard.
Right. But again, the government has also given those small business owners a way out, and that, again, that's in quotations because they have to pay the money back. But if that particular owner wasn't, like, if he didn't get his paperwork filed in time to get his loan to pay his people, I mean, I don't know who you blame there, but the business owner also has the option to lay people off to where they can get unemployment. So there are little things that the government is doing for people to try to hold them over, so to speak. But the business owner may just need to, again, pick up another hustle. Maybe homie's going to have to start driving Uber. Maybe he's gonna have to move. Maybe he's gonna have to go wherever he came from. If he came from a small town, maybe he has to move back. I don't know.
Homie's gonna
It's
have
like
to.
people have to have a backup plan. You have to have a backup plan.
Homie's gonna have to end the stream because I've been on here for 4 hours.
Yeah.
I'm about to.
I know. I didn't
pass
know how
out.
long you guys have been on, and I am like so sleepy. Like, not even kidding.
Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow, if we stream tomorrow, you can jump on tomorrow night.
Hell yeah.
You guys are gonna be on again tomorrow.
Sunday after church.
Too much for you?
Is that too much?
Yeah.
We gotta end the weekend
How
with
many-
some lightness.
Wait, but how many shows did you guys do this week?
Why don't you go watch my count?
I got like four shows maybe.
I know. I gotta go back and catch up. Oh man, but no. This was good, you guys. I'll have more insight the next time I call in. I gotta go, I guess, brush up on current events and stuff.
I'll have to watch your
Alright.
episode. I heard you were on one of these.
Hopefully you don't brush up on any racists.
I know, right? Oh my goodness. But yeah, I make sure I stay out of the white part of town. It's pretty diverse where I live, you
That's
know.
why.
So,
Imagine
all good.
Trevor is a sniper. That'd be interesting.
A lot of people could, I'm sure.
I don't know. He looks a little fishy. All right, Victoria.
All right, well, I appreciate you all for hanging out. Thanks for the super chats.
Good night,
Thanks for checking out Iconoclast music. Thank you for coming by.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
it was great, you guys, and very good guest, very talkative. Thanks for that.
You're
you guys
welcome.
have a good night. I'll talk with you soon.
Ciao.
So yeah.
Well, T-Warrior, Skip, Matt,
Sure.
all my peeps in here.
Take him out with some drums or something.
Wow, we can't, it's too loud.
It's too loud. Oh yeah, it's too loud. I forgot. Yeah,
Yeah.
I forgot.
But I wish we could.
All right, you guys have to imagine the drums.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to play as soft as possible. But... All right, guys, I appreciate it, and maybe we'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.
Peace, man.